Hey, mate. Hello. Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on this Tuesday. Of course, the second day of Group A on week 3 of Series A. And we've got some big hitters in this group, including the reigning Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison. But yesterday, it was all about 2 players at the top of the table. Paul Nicholson was alongside me watching the action. John Henderson, no surprise to be on 8 points, but Gilbert Vander Maiden joining him, maybe a little bit more surprising.
Yeah, I think it probably was. I think a lot of people focused on Andreas Harrison yesterday and John Henderson because of his grandeur and his form and what he's done over the last couple of years. But I think Gilbert walking away yesterday with 4 wins from 5, he'll be very pleased with it. He wasn't at the same sort of astronomical levels average-wise as some other people were. But I don't think we can underestimate just how good he was at times. He had a couple of performances in there which were very high 90s. And it was a tremendous Monday all round, but Gilbert will be thrilled.
A couple of players that are certainly worth talking about apart from the top 2. Reece Robinson, first of all, incredible performances in the early part of the day, didn't pick up a win.
I just wonder what that's going to do to him today. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the shackles off and tries to be a bit more flamboyant. But obviously, getting his business head on from the very off yesterday, and he wasn't able to get any points, even though he had some astronomical numbers. It was one of the days that we won't forget, but I think he wants to forget it, and he wants to move on. Here's the thing, because of the way that the last game went yesterday, if he goes through the card today and gets 10 points, he's not necessarily out of things. So if he can have that astronomical level again and get the wins, who knows what could happen next?
One player who certainly is in the mix and played some really explosive stuff yesterday, Tommy Morris, who seems to get better and better every time he comes back here to the Super Series.
It's easy for us to say that, Murph, but the numbers back it up. if you look at how he played yesterday, how confident he was with his buoyant energy that he always brings to us, when you're finishing games with 160 checkout, you're obviously going to feel confident about your game. But here's the thing. It wasn't his biggest finish of the day. And this really was, in my opinion, the best day he's ever had here in Portsmouth. The numbers back it up. The doubles were excellent. In fact, actually, they were better than that. And the average was fantastic, mid-90s. I think he's starting to show us what he can really do. And this could be his week if he continues stuff like that.
You mentioned the last match yesterday, Gilbert Vander Maiden beating John Henderson. Henderson was brilliant up to that point, maybe just losing a little bit of energy towards the end of the day. Do you still think this is his group to lose, or do you see this being a really close run thing now?
I still think it's going to be close. I don't think John, and after speaking to him this morning, he doesn't believe that this is going to be someone dominating it. I think there could be as many as 4 people gunning for the top spot. It'll be really interesting to see what moving day brings us, because that narrative of it being close, I think, is exactly what we're going to get. So I expect Henderson and Vander Maiden and Tommy Morris and even Culleton possibly getting back into things, because they're all beating each other, with the exception of Rhys Robinson. But he could be the most important factor today, because if he starts beating all of them, everything bunches up.
Well, Paul, just dissect the table for us. Are you saying that all 6 players are still in contention?
I believe that's the case, but it's very much dependent on what Rhys does today. If he has a really, really good day today, everything could be tight. And don't, under any circumstances, rule out Niall Culleton. He did do some decent stuff yesterday. He's just got to lift that level a little bit. And we haven't even spoken about Andreas yet. He's the defending champion.
Who we're not talking about, Andreas Harrison. But that's typical of him, isn't it? This understated way he has of doing things and winning things.
Winning games yesterday with 2 ton-plus averages, and that 106 he had in the middle of yesterday's session. Just more proof of the form he's in. And that's not a surprise at the minute. He's doing it on the European Tour. He's doing it in Nordic and Baltic Darts. He's doing it here. He's doing it wherever he goes.
Right, this is what the bookies think of this group. John Henderson does remain favourite. Interesting that Harrison still shorter than Gilbert Vander Maiden despite having fewer points. Tommy Morris looks pretty decent value from where I'm sitting. And you mentioned Rhys Robinson. They still see the danger because despite the fact he has no points, he's not the rank outsider.
Yeah, I think they're not stupid. They know that if Rhys has that brilliant day today, because we have seen people have that opposite day the following day, whether it's winning everything on day 1 and nothing on the second, or vice versa. It's still possible. And if he goes out there and gets 10 points today, that 33-1 looks just a little bit more inviting. But we can't tell the future, but we can speculate as to what's possible. And if Robinson's head is right today, he could go through the card. However, the other 4 people ahead of him, they look more likely. And Tommy Morris at 8-1, that looks quite inviting at this stage because his level yesterday was excellent.
Right, we'll head through to comms and enjoy the action. If you are going to have a flutter, please do gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org for information on safe gambling. Now, the opening match is Gilbert Vander Maiden against John Henderson. Gilbert beat Henderson, stopping him from achieving a perfect day yesterday. And Phil Bars spoke to the Dutchman a little earlier this morning.
Gilbert, here we are, day 2 of your Group A campaign. Looking back at yesterday, how would you sum it up?
Yeah, good matches. Second game it was a good player, Tommy Morris, that beats me. But the rest of the players, in this group is insane. So win 4 out of 5 is great.
The last game yesterday where you beat John, how big was that game and performance for not only trying to win the group, but your confidence as well?
Yeah, John Henderson is, for me, a player that I watch also always on the TV. And that I beat him. I lost 2 times at Challenge Tour against him. And now I win. That's big confidence and also for the group.
After such a good day yesterday, are you now dreaming of winning Group A?
Yeah, maybe. I always dream about it, but I know I can. But today is a day that I need to win.
The standard of this Group A has been incredible after the first day. Are you expecting another really tough day today?
Yeah, I expect that. And I don't know if I win this day 4 out of 5. Maybe, but never know.
Have you set yourself a points total that you think you might need to win the group?
Yeah, I think every day I need to win 4 out of 5 to be first in the group. But yeah.
Gilbert, wish you all the very best ahead of play. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's an interesting assessment from Gilbert Vander Maiden. He claimed he feels he needs to win 4 out of 5 every day to win this group. That's how hard he sees the competition. He did do that yesterday, of course, by beating John Henderson in the final match, stopping Hendo completing a perfect day, meaning both of them won 4 out of 5 and share the lead at the top of the Group A table. Vander Maiden, the Dutchman, 31 years of age, won the ADC Benelux Masters Champion. Details for that event have actually been announced. Check out ADC Europe's website for more information. As for John Henderson, well, he's won plenty, including the World Seniors Championship at the start of this show, of course, along with that famous World Cup of Darts glory as well. But yet to be crowned a Modus Super Series champion. I mean, in terms of winning an entire series, which surely is part of his plan while he is off the tour, because he, and I'm sure you, Paul Nicholson,
First leg, it's
expect him to get back there.
First. Game on.
I think sometimes it's about desire. I think a lot of players at the minute have almost questioned
43.
what their next step is, because they're playing so much in the way of darts at this level and earning a fair bit of money, I might add, that maybe this level
140.
suits their lifestyle a little bit better. But I think if you have this little thing in your stomach and your heart saying, I can still be a world champion,
58.
then that will definitely carry you back to Q School, or indeed the top 2 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. But on the way to that, things like this can be
41.
very valuable indeed.
Yeah, whenever I've spoken to John since he fell off the tour, he's always spoken of his ambition to get back there.
58.
But what this does do for him, having the Super Series as an option, having the World Seniors as an option, enables him to enjoy playing darts to a really high standard in between. And that's the standard he can
180.
produce. And I guess, Paul, there would have been a time when a player would lose a tour card and it would be a long, lonely year.
83.
Absolutely.
140.
Those days are gone. Ton plus check out in the first leg. Not meant to be.
100.
But a nice layup for a possible 13 darter here for John. That was a great win yesterday for Gilbert against Hendo. It was a good win for other people as well, because stopping someone getting from 10 points, or to 10 points, bunches the group up a little bit. And John has just bunched those 2 darts together to take the first leg in 14 darts. And we started with quality, and all day yesterday, that is what we had.
Game on.
96.17 the average for the day for John. The only reason it wasn't better was because he averaged a little less in his last game.
140.
The next 180 we get will be the 40th of the week already. And the doubling yesterday from Hendo,
29.
it was remarkable. 51% for the day. Everywhere you look, the quality was on show. It was, in my opinion, the best Monday I can remember.
He is a big friendly giant, isn't he, John Henderson? But how much will
140.
revenge be in his mind for that defeat at the end of the day yesterday?
I think the only time revenge comes into his mind is when Celtic play Rangers. And Rangers won the last fixture.
47.
Everything else, no. I don't think it comes into the equation at all. He's not built that way.
And just quickly on his opponent, what did you make of Vander Maiden's own assessment that he needs to win 4 out of 5 every day? So he's earmarking 24 points to win this group.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Gilbert. If you get 24 points, you will win this group. I don't think you need 24 points in this group to win it. I think if you get 22 or 20, you might have a really good chance.
So defeat in this match may not be as
41.
damaging as he
Johnny
thinks.
McQuarrie,
And it
40.
looks like it will be defeat, because John Henderson has had his Quaker oats this morning. And Gilbert Vander Maiden maybe skip breakfast.
20.
Oh, for that shot, he wasn't ready, Breck. Not that your name is Breck, by the way.
83.
I'll do
Johnny
the puns
McQuarrie,
around here.
20.
Roger that. Nice marker for tens.
10.
Oh no.
Gilbert, you require
Didn't expect that. And this is
150.
an unexpected chance for Gilbert. Shot's on. Shot could be out. This could change this entire match.
140.
That was a big chance.
John, you require 10.
Yeah, missed the chance to break the throw. Double one.
No score.
Well, he
Gilbert,
gets that
you require
opportunity again.
36.
And Henderson, despite flying out of the blocks here, unable to put Gilbert Vander Maiden away. He's now got an awkward target. Oh, he's not going for it. That's interesting.
24.
Because he's denied himself a
John,
dart
you
there.
require
Could
10.
have had 2 darts at double 9. He only gave himself a maximum of 1 dart at double 6.
Game John,
It's
the
more than
second
one
leg.
dart that John needed
John
to take that
Henderson.
leg. It's a leg he could have won very simply in 13 darts. He ends up getting it 10
The leg,
darts
it's
later.
Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
But it is a 2-0 lead. Well, as for Gilbert's performances yesterday,
59.
in many a Group A, the numbers that he brought would easily get 10 points. 92.68, 37% of the doubles. In
80.
fact, he had more darts at double than anybody yesterday. A very healthy 7 maximums. And a massive 167 checkout as well. Equally the best of the day with Tommy Morris.
78.
But not in a Group A like this.
$125.
John was saying to me this morning that he was quite surprised that his worst performance of the day was in his last game, because predominantly when he comes here, his last game is his best.
Yeah, it was a significant drop-off for that last game as well. Something he may look to manage today. He does play first
140.
and last once again.
That changes everything as well. When you're in first game, you're usually first into the building, and John was this morning at 7:30. Shots on this time for Hendo, double 18, and that fixes a few ills from the second leg, doesn't it?
John Henderson.
Wonderful. Another ton plus finish to add to the 13 that we had yesterday.
Game on.
And if you think that's the best one, well, we had 3 better than that yesterday. We had a 160, a 167 from Gilbert, and a 167 from Tommy. This has been, and continues to be, a remarkable group of quality.
Well, we had the chat yesterday
93.
about whether or not the Q School system was the right way of guaranteeing the best players on the professional tour. I task any of you at home to get a pen and paper out
140.
and write down a list of 128 players better than John Henderson.
79.
I'm not going to bother, because that list doesn't exist. Guy's averaging 97 and he's missed 10 darts at double in this match. For heaven's sake. He may be better now than he's ever been. And some players do tend to find that over the age of 50. Look at Peter Wright.
Well, they call Tuesday moving day here at the Super Series. And John Henderson is moving on up. A 4-0 whitewash win against the one man to beat him yesterday. An average of 98.56, checkouts of 121 and 156. That is a spectacular showing from the Highlander Henderson in the opening match of the morning. 4-0, he defeats Gilbert Vander Maiden. Very, very impressive stuff. And that average is with 10 darts missed at double as well. Henderson starts in similar fashion to how he played for most of yesterday, and that is ominous for the rest of the group. He is clear at the top now. Coming next, the man who didn't win a game yesterday despite some very impressive performances. Rhys Robinson up against Tommy Morris.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and game one of Tuesday was rather good, wasn't it? John Henderson putting a bit of a statement out there to the field, and maybe today could be even better than yesterday. Perish the thought of that, because when we came in here first thing this morning, we thought, surely Tuesday is not going to live up to what we had on Monday, but maybe it will. We've already seen a 156 checkout and a 180 from Hendo and a 98 plus average, but Tommy Morris yesterday was fabulous. Averaged over 95, almost 50% on the doubles, but what more can we say about this man's Monday? My word. If he didn't get any bad luck, he wouldn't have any at all. He's won 2 Modus Super Series weekly titles. He'd love to win a series, but first and foremost, you've got to get to Saturday again. It's very unlikely that he is going to make Saturday through this group. But, like I've already said this morning, if he can get through the card today, and some people can stop the likes of Gilbert and Hendo,
First
it's
leg,
possible.
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Well,
170.
look, the first fixture from yesterday was reversed. So if that happens, then Robinson will find himself in a good position come the end of the day, if that's the pattern for the day. He can't play like he played yesterday and not pick up any points. That will not happen twice. The problem for Reece Robinson really is, can he recover from how he played yesterday?
Mentally, that's the most important thing. Because he will have felt at the end of yesterday's session that he had been hit with a bat 5 times. I think yesterday against Tommy, it was just a case of he'd had enough. He didn't have enough resilience left in the tank to provide the resistance to a 91 average performance from Tommy. Whereas if he'd played the way he did in games 1 and 2 against Tommy, he had a very good chance of winning the match. But
Tommy Rick 122.
shoulda, woulda, coulda, and all of that. Another strong start from Morris.
90.
He's on double 16 after 12, and Reece Robinson right now will be thinking, I'm going to have to play really well to get points in the first couple of rounds today.
45. Tommy require 32.
32 then for Tommy
Game
Morris,
shot on
who
the first
did play
day.
very well
Tommy Morris.
many times yesterday, and he started this one with a 13 darter. I think there's a real sort of buoyancy in that practice room.
First. Game on.
That it's almost like John Henderson's turned up and produced a high standard that's lifted everybody else.
180.
More of that, if you will, because after yesterday's 38 maximums,
100.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 38 today. However, yesterday when we started, we did get 7 in the first game. And do I even need to mention who had the most 180s in
96.
one match yesterday? It was Robinson against Harrison when he had 5. Harrison had none.
99.
And Robinson still lost.
Well, at this point yesterday, for the first hour and a half of the show, we were talking about Reece Robinson being likely to hit a 9-dart finish. Never did we imagine that he'd end pointless
121.
after a day's play.
I tell you what amazes me sometimes. The fact that Robinson can get those points so close together. That is a gift.
Well, he has now lost 5 consecutive legs against Tommy Morris.
80.
And
Tommy
6 consecutive
164.
overall. Will that trend end here?
76.
Just to get off on the right foot, he'd like a nice, easy take here on double 12. Two sixes.
12.
He doesn't find the mark.
Tommy require
And there was
88.
nothing easy about that, was there? You said a nice easy finish, and he made it really hard work.
Double 7 to cause some early morning pain for Sugar.
74.
Now he gets a second
Rich
bite of the
require
cherry.
12.
And that's what he needed yesterday, but people weren't giving him that. This is a good double for Robinson. He's won a weekly title on this before, but he hasn't won the leg.
My concern for Reece Robinson now is how quickly can yesterday's mindset become today's.
Tommy Morris.
Because he's missed his chances. Morris has taken his, and he finds himself 2-0 down.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
When you come here to Portsmouth, your resilience is going to be tested.
97.
Even if you dominate a group, you do have to play against yourself most of the time. And if you're Robinson right now, you put it perfectly
60.
there, Chris. Don't make yesterday's mindset at the end infect today. Worry about tomorrow.
99.
Tomorrow. Just focus on now. Just make sure that bubble that you've got around you is quite small.
100.
Don't think about the massive picture. It's all about winning the small battles, which add up to winning the war, so to speak.
58.
When you're at the bottom of a ladder, you don't think about the top of the ladder. You think about the first step, don't you?
Unless you suffer from vertigo.
140.
I'm not sure Reece does because he's hit the heights here in the Modus Super Series before.
Well, that's part of the thing as well, isn't it? A lot of players now are coming back here as this tournament continues and has become very established on the darting circuit. That many players are coming here having had success before, but they're running into groups where, so has everybody else. This is the perfect example. And somebody's got to finish bottom.
95.
Yep, that's true.
Which requires 71.
Reece does not want it to be him. So to get off and running, he needs double top.
31.
So close.
Tommy
And Morris,
52.
he's called the gun. He's got 3-0 in his sights.
Game shot in the third leg. Tommy Morris.
He just can't stop taking legs against Robinson. It's now 7-0 for the
Reece
week.
to throw first. Game on.
It's a different feeling as well, playing someone first in the day compared to last.
92.
Even if Robinson is not going to have that massive comeback and get towards the top of the table by the end of tomorrow, he's going to be a horrible player for the people who want to win this group.
He's in a tough spot at the moment.
128.
And the worst has happened really at the start of today.
99.
The effects of yesterday have resulted in a hangover this morning. Sure many of you can relate.
94.
I think Kylian Mbappe has got a bit of a hangover this morning, but it's
98.
nothing to do with booze. It's got everything to do with a headache he's got after a nasty ding on the nose. I think Reece Robinson knows a little bit about that, figuratively speaking.
96.
What's he going to leave from 204? Well, it's a match-winning chance if Sugar doesn't take 91. Now, just how creative do you want to be? No double 17 means that Morris has got a chance. And it is for his first Ton Plus checkout of the day.
And for back-to-back 4-0 wins against Reece Robinson, not many people will get that. Maybe Morris won't hear because Reece will return. He'll walk up to the board. He'll throw in his flatty.
56. Reece requires 60.
Oh, he's decided against it today. And it's
Game
worked.
show on the fourth flag. Reece
All
Robinson.
business. No showmanship. No flair.
Fifth flag, it's
Just
Tommy
wanted
throw
to get the
first.
job done.
Game
And
on.
finally, he gets a leg on the board.
Who knows what's possible from here?
180.
Spoke too soon, didn't I?
How would you assess the fact that he didn't throw the flatty, which he usually would on 60? Is that what I just said, that it's just about business, or is it actually a lack of confidence that he's
60.
not actually so sure that he'll put it off?
Maybe. I think he employed it 2 or 3 times yesterday and it didn't come off perfectly. When
100.
you're constantly doing it well, it's something you will do unconsciously. But I just get the feeling that he wants to get back to basics.
You actually made a point yesterday, as he makes a point here, that even though he executed the actual flat dart correctly, he then missed the double with his next 2 darts, and you pointed to the fact that he then has to adjust his grip for dart number 2.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to do. There are dart players out there who can employ throwing 2 different ways. Willie O'Connor, Darryl Gurney, Luke Littler.
Tommy require 100.
And there have been others. But it's a difficult thing to do. Like a 139.
You can understand the bull route, especially when Robinson's not on a checkout, was hoping to at least hit the 25 and just set up a double. Instead, he'll have to hit the single 18 to do that.
He's just done a Luke Humphreys there. Teasing us for the 3rd dart.
100.
I did find the mark eventually.
58.
Can Tommy Morris put Robinson into another pile of misery?
Well, it remains Reese Wooden Spoon at the moment as Morris runs riot for the 2nd successive day. A 4-0 win against Robinson yesterday, a 4-1 win against the same opponent today, and the stats don't lie, a 98.28 average up there with that John Henderson produced in his opening match, though 4 out of 5 on the doubles helped Morris get there. Robinson had a nightmare, 6 missed starts in the second leg of the match, never really recovered from that. Has he recovered from yesterday? He's still pointless at the bottom of the table. Coming next, it is our reigning Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison. He's going to take on Niall Culleton.
So much for things being tight in this group, because what we've seen today so far is domination from John Henderson, who beat Gilbert Vander Maiden by 4-0, and Tommy Morris with a brilliant display in taking out Reese Robinson just now. But now we focus our attention on the man in Swedish colours, the defending champion, using a 21-gram dart and nicknamed Dirty Harrison, of course. He's got Clint on the back of his shirt, and this guy has got less fabric than He did have a couple of years ago because he's lost a bit of timber, has the 36-year-old from Kilkenny. But Niall, on 2 points overnight, is now 8 points behind John Henderson at the top. Harrison has got work to do to get closer to John as well. If he beats Niall, like he did yesterday, he will be within 2 points of Hendo before they meet a little bit later on.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
If you're tuning in at home via the Modus Super Series YouTube channel and you know who's going to win this group, then please be my guest and tell
100.
me. Because at the minute, it is between 4 people. Harrison, Vander Maiden, Morris and Hendo. If Culleton
95.
wants to be brought into that argument, beating the Swede here, even at this early stage in round number 6 of Group A, it is very important.
140.
Because if he doesn't, that gap is going to be 6 points already.
Yeah, absolutely.
70.
We mentioned at the start of the show today that Andreas Harrison may be the most understated
95.
Super Series champion. Almost still manages to... Who does that? Who manages to win an entire series, then go under the radar on their return?
Yeah, we didn't let Chucky do that
96.
when he won Series 5. We refused to let Scott Taylor do that when he came back for Series 7. And even Raymond Smith, the lineal champ, if I can say it properly,
58.
he hasn't even been back since Series 2. But I think of all of the champs that we've had over the last couple of years,
40.
he has to be the most understated because that's the way he wants to play the game. Double 16.
76.
Almost surprised to see a dart miss a double.
$60. Andreas, you require
He won't miss
32.
this time.
Game
You're
shot in
right.
the first leg.
He doesn't
Andreas
miss.
Harrison.
Harrison takes the opening leg. A reminder, if you are just joining us this morning, 4-0.
Second leg,
John
it's
Henderson
Niall to throw
beat
first.
Gilbert Vander
Game on.
Maiden, the only man to beat Hendo yesterday. Tommy Morris then defeated Rhys Robinson heavily for the second successive day. A 4-1 win for Morris, and Robinson remains rooted to the bottom of the table
26.
without a point to his name. And Andreas Harrison here just taking the opening leg against Niall Culleton in a match that he won
60.
4-2 on Monday.
It was a steady performance from Andreas yesterday. Had a single maximum. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. It wasn't symptomatic of what we saw from him on the whole yesterday, because just like a few other people,
97.
he was cruising in the mid-90s. 95.26 for the day with 38% on doubles. That was a great day. But was made to look a little bit
100.
less than brilliant because of what other people did. He massaged every single department. Great average, decent amount of maximums,
140.
great doubling. Had a brilliant individual performance as well when he beat Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 2. 106.85 his best game.
140.
A little bit more of that, and he will be a little bit closer to the top by the end of the day, I feel.
A reminder of who else is still to come this week. Group C will see Lee Cox join
96.
Richard Hosey and Eric Rowlands. And Group B features the quick-fire Alex Small, the experienced John O'Shea,
140. No, we reckon
and even more
142.
experienced Ross Montgomery of Scotland.
Yeah, I do get the feeling that Montgomery's got something on his mind this week.
110.
It's not
Andreas,
just
you reckon
making
61.
Saturday, it's winning a game on a Saturday. Harrison is not looking at double 16. He's looking at
Game
that
on the
and a
second
2-0 lead.
Andreas Harrison.
He's at it again.
The battle of
The leg,
the
it's
beards
Andreas to
being
throw
won
first. Game on.
by the Swede once again. Culleton feeling the need for a practice swing before leg 3 gets underway.
45.
I just want everybody to pay attention to Niall's grip on the dart here, because you might not think that that grip looks in any way, shape or form unusual, but I assure you it is a little bit.
97.
If you were to see a slow-mo of his hand and where the dart is, it almost ties a knot in between the fingers. So he's
97.
underneath the index finger, over the middle finger, and under the third. It's really unusual.
So I wonder if he can release the dart at all, Paul.
That is why the grip has to be really light. If you look at John Part's grip and Rob Cross's grip, there's a lot of hand involved, a lot of epithelials on the tungsten. And if you grip that too tight, it's going to hit the bullseye when you go for the treble 20. That's why, on a scale of 1 to 10, I reckon that grip of Culleton's probably around about a 2 or 3.
Well, it's 2 legs to Andres Harrison at the moment, and he is hunting down a third. Easy as you like.
180.
Second max. Or first max, apologies for Andres Harrison.
38.
Sometimes I think we get carried away with ourselves, you know, by saying that someone's in the form of their life. This guy is.
A bit of a rude awakening
23.
yesterday, didn't he? Lost his opening game as defending champion. Was brought back down to earth with a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Gilbert Vander Maiden, but no sign of that happening today here.
58. Andres requires 16.
You fear the worst for Niall.
Eight.
However, the
Niall,
worst
you require
doesn't happen.
85.
Best case scenario for Culleton is to take this out and reduce the deficit to 1. Oh, he doesn't get a shot though. At this level, you do expect
60.
these players to find
Andres require
a 20
8.
or a treble 20, but sometimes you just got to play a little bit safer. Ooh, that nearly bust the shot. That has taken the shot, so it is 3-0 eventually.
Andres Harrison.
He's gone from averaging 102 earlier in the leg, and it's dipped down to 88, but he's still 3 in front.
First. Game on.
I had a communication from Niall yesterday
140.
telling me that, sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not going to be changing my kit at all this week. I'm going to stick with what I've got. It's always a good thing to hear, because that tells me that he's really happy with what he's using.
$96. 100.
Well, trying to ensure he leaves a finish by finding at least 1 treble 19. He's done that. In fact, he's found 2.
133.
We are getting towards brunch time, so why not add a little bit of champagne to the mix?
140. No, we reckon 132.
With Harrison on a finish now, 25 first is a must.
And maybe that just speaks to the point that Paul was making, that on the key moments, the grip can
65.
tighten a little bit, and then the dart ends up lower than the intended target. Well, the intended target here is 57 after a perfectly pitched 54. And no guarantee that Culleton will clean up 68, so Harrison is going to leave it handy and may
89.
get the chance for a whitewash win.
68.
It's got to be smart here. Double top.
28.
And that might be that.
Andres requires 72.
Harrison has been 30% on his double so far. If he's just a little sharper than that, this could be the end of the match.
52.
Wow.
No, we require 40.
Did not execute that well at all. Doesn't quite pull the lever yet.
Game shot.
Culleton clings on.
Niall Culleton.
That camera angle of Harrison's darts going to the board is fascinating, isn't it? You see how much they dip at the end.
Andreas to throw first.
His address position is actually quite high. That elbow position is quite high. But what he's looking to do is lob the darts through the air, as opposed to some players who thrust them with real ferocity. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to be in the way of any dart going through the air. But some of them would probably hurt more than others because of how ferocious the darts are delivered.
95.
There you can see that front-on stance from Niall Culleton. What I mean by front-on is he's leaning into the right-hand side, whereas Andreas is just a little bit more upright. If you correlate the right shoulder position
71.
with the front foot position, you'll see that the right shoulder of Culleton is further forward than that of the Swede. And that places a bit more importance
60.
on the back foot being rooted. Well, not necessarily rooted, but just making contact with the ground to make sure that you're stable.
Well, Harrison needs to find that treble 20 to get down to a
No, we reckon 161.
170 finish. He's done that, but Culleton here is bidding to break and could end up tying this match up at 3-3. It's a match, remember, that Harrison missed a dart to win 4-0.
43.
That doesn't help.
Andreas require 170.
And 134 leaves 36.
134.
That's exactly what he's done.
118.
Asking the question of the Irishman, can he take a ton-plus finish? And the answer is no. Now, this one will be a good height for Andreas
84.
compared to the match start he had in the previous leg.
36.
Same height, just go a little bit further right.
Game shot
And
out
there
of
it
the
is.
match.
Harrison hits.
Andreas
Harrison wins. And it's another convincing victory. The opening three fixtures have seen very, very one-sided showings. Henderson 4, Vander Maiden 0, Morris 4, Robinson 1, and Andreas Harrison 4, Niall Culleton 1. Again, the winner averaging in the 90s. Maybe not up to the standards of Morris and Henderson from Harrison there, but he did miss 8 darts at Dublin that game before eventually crossing the line for a very, very comfortable victory. Right, coming next, it is a couple of those players who are on the wrong end of those hammerings. Rhys Robinson still looking for a first win. He takes on Gilbert Vander Maiden. Welcome back to the action live here at the Modus Super Series, brought to you from Portsmouth in the UK. And this is what's happened in the first 3 matches of Tuesday. John Henderson with a 4-0 whitewash win over Gilbert Vander, revenge for his only defeat yesterday. Tommy Morris and Andreas Harrison then dishing out 4-1 victories over Rhys Robinson and Neil Culleton, respectively. And that means that Robinson remains at the foot of the table with Niall Culleton just 2 points ahead of him, and then a big gap to everybody else. Vander, Maiden, Harrison and Morris all on 8. Henderson remains top on 10. And we have the chance for Vander Maiden to return to a share of the spoils at the top of the table after that defeat to the Highlander. If he can carry on inflicting misery on Robinson here, he will make it to 10 himself. But at some point, we keep suggesting it's got to turn, Paul. Is this the moment for Rhys Robinson?
I don't think this is a bad time to play Gilbert Vander Maiden, because he's just registered the lowest average of anybody in any game in this group this week.
First leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
He was hit hard by Hendo in game number 1. But the person who had the lowest average yesterday of anybody was Rhys in his final performance against Tommy Morris.
60.
If I were Rhys, I'd earmark this game as a really important one to get off the mark. He's got the darts. He didn't play badly in his first game. He averaged 89. But if Gilbert plays the same way as he did in his first game, he runs the risk of being tonked again.
99.
That's where I think the mindset really has to kick in for Rhys. Don't think that a win's going to come easy, because it won't.
100.
But stay within your process and make sure that you're playing like you did yesterday morning. And already we can see that he's just
100.
flowing instead of aiming.
It was during this match when he really did start to react, didn't he? The 167 went in against him. He just
140.
To sort of go on the European Championship theme, he was exhibiting the Mario Balotelli type of attitude, wasn't he? Why always
92.
me?
Sometimes he does play the game like Mario Balotelli. That'd be a good celebration.
60.
Somebody hitting a 170 or a 9 dot and just standing there. Here we go. Come on, Rhys. You know you want to. Oh, so close.
125. Go with your record, 116.
Well, maybe that's what he needed. A little cheeky grin on his way back from Rhys Robinson, but maybe that is what he needed, just to feel like Rhys
58.
Robinson again.
Record 25.
Oh, that got everybody excited. Maybe just a little bit too excited. But that is a brilliant leg for Robinson.
Rhys Robinson.
Do you know what I think in that sport? And people will call me mad. I think that was the right thing to do. Because the way he's been struggling, he needed something to spark himself. And when he's walked back to take out the 25, he's not thinking about, I need to hit this double. He's actually thinking about the enjoyment of having just gone for the bull shot.
Absolutely, I'm with you. Because there have been times over the last few months where I've indicated that I don't like people's
41.
proclivity of trying to do flary things at unnecessary times.
140.
Because let's face it, when he came in yesterday morning, Rhys Robinson knew he was playing well.
57.
And he did play well yesterday, but he just didn't get results. But if he's going to bring the flair back and make
81.
flair great again, who knows what he'll do today?
I think it's about picking his spots as well, isn't it? A novelty shot
60.
is no longer a novelty if you try it all the time, but Vander Maiden here has a bit of time on his side in leg 2. Although he'll be a very talented man to stick this one between the posts.
60.
He's no Dennis Bergkamp. Look at that. Look how close together those 2 points were.
180.
My word, he's a gifted top player. But even he can't leave a finish from 3-4-3.
And that's allowed Gilbert to employ this route, hasn't it? Because he knows Rhys isn't on the checkout.
64.
Yeah, that's what he's got to get back to, that first dart.
123.
And even though he could lose this
Give what
leg,
you
the
require,
signs are
60.
good for the next one.
Well, pressure here on Vander Maiden, who remember was beaten 4-0 in his first match.
No score.
That
Reach
is a
require,
big
40.
distance away from the target.
He threw it too quickly.
Game shot in the second.
And what a
leg.
gift
Reece
for
Robinson.
Reece Robinson. Now, don't think that he is on Dream Street here, because yesterday, on more than one occasion, he was 2-0 up.
Third leg,
And he
it's
wasn't
Reece
able to
throw
get over the
first.
line. But I
Game
think I can diagnose that third dart from Gilbert. If you look at the way he addresses the board, his right shoulder's in a very awkward position. And when he follows through, he does so from right to left.
59.
The dart is twisted to his right, and that elbow, the right elbow, sometimes kinks inside the desired line. When that happens, that
100.
follow-through happens. That third dart right there. It flails because the shoulder doesn't like it.
98.
There are certain technicians in this sport that make it look simple, but there are little tweaks by certain other
59.
players that make things more difficult for them. Look at that follow-through online for Robinson, right down the pipe.
100.
Looks easy, doesn't it? Because he's doing it from a natural movement of the arm and the shoulder, whereas this one is unnatural.
140.
Well, we said at the start of the game, is this the right moment for Reece Robinson to make his move? He's certainly doing that in this match. It's a decent display. And I think
100.
it is perfectly timed when you look at the remaining fixtures, because he doesn't have to play John Henderson until the very last match of the day today. Robinson. So after this, he'll
83.
take on Niall
Richard
Culleton, who is the closest
144.
person to him in the table. After that, it's Andreas Harrison. He may start to go on a run here.
95. Get what you reckon? 119.
All runs have got to start with one step. Double top.
84.
There it is again,
Richard
low
require
and left.
49.
It's another rushed one, isn't it? An erratically thrown arrow. And Robinson suddenly
Game shot in the third
is
leg.
feeling
Reece Robinson.
like everything is starting to come good. Patience,
Full flag, it's
perseverance,
Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
and that little bit of spice that he chucked in a couple of legs ago.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little bit of spice.
65.
I once heard that a little bit of dry spice adds magic. I like that saying. Someone was talking about paprika at the time, actually.
91.
I wouldn't describe Reece Robinson as paprika. He's more of a... He strikes me more of a fish and chips kind of guy. But he did throw 50 darts for the
100.
first 3 legs and 3 hits on the double from 4 attempts. That is very, very good.
100.
I wouldn't be shocked at some point this week if Robinson put in the kind of display that we've seen from the likes of
140.
Crabtree and Harrison and Littler and Pilgrim. He has got the ceiling. It's just a question of timing with him.
81.
I think a realistic ambition for him now, after yesterday, is to get into Group B. If he can do that, that would be a win.
Yeah, he's certainly got
48.
gears, we know that. And there's still the opportunity to win this match 4-0. He'll be going back upstairs, surely, yeah.
59. Go we require
Make
148.
sure he leaves a finish.
For someone who likes a little bit of spice,
95.
What spice do you want in your big fish?
170.
Well, he attempted 3 bulls earlier. He only needs 1 here.
145. Go we require 53.
So close.
it's one of the only ingredients we haven't had this week. Double 18 for Gilbert. And that could be the
35.
end as Robinson
Reach
goes
required,
for his second 25 checkout of the match.
Completed it this way previously. Now double 6. And finally,
Game shot
finally,
and the match.
Reece Robinson
Reece
has a
Robinson.
victory to his name in what has been a remarkable and tough couple of days so far for Reece, but he was more himself He had that bold and brilliant bull attempt in the match. It didn't quite come off. He got 2 of them, missed the 3rd, cleaned up the remainder, and cleaned up against Gilbert Vander Maiden, who won 4 out of 5 yesterday, but this morning has started the day with back-to-back 4-0 defeats. One against Rhys Robinson, earlier against John Henderson, who is back in action next against Niall Culleton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face dominated throughout.
Hey up, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where John Henderson is looking to carry on what's been a very successful and fruitful campaign so far. And he had the perfect start today, a 4-0 win against Gilbert Vander Maiden. His opponent Niall Culleton went down 4-1 to Andreas Harrison. He actually now finds himself at the foot of the table because Rhys Robinson has got his first victory and has gone level on points, but has a much healthier leg difference deficit, -8 for Rhys, -13 for Niall Culleton. And this is going to be the hardest test of all.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Couldn't agree more. Hendo is in the mood. And this game here could see him 4 points ahead at the top. It
95.
could well be his week, you know, in winning a Group A situation. But we have seen many, many times over the last couple of years people having brilliant Group A campaigns but not winning the week. It happened last week.
180.
Jeff Smith did not win the week. In fact, he didn't even get out of his group on Saturday night. Fair play to Niall, though. Great start here.
Anybody who
70.
watched that finals night on Saturday could actually conclude that Jeff Smith was the best performing player. He lost both matches.
He's going to do something by the end of the year, Jeff Smith. I don't really want to speculate as to what it's going to be, but he's going to do something big. He's in fabulous form.
55.
Yeah, we will see him again. I feel sure of that on the Super Series stage. We'll certainly see Jim Long, his Canadian
140.
compatriot again, because he's going to be here at Champions Week, of course. So far, 2 names on that list. Tom Sykes, who actually is a runner-up from an entire
121.
series,
Now you
and
require
Jim Long
81.
at Champions Week for the first time.
We'll talk about Tom Sykes in the next leg, in fact, which could be after this dart.
49.
Well, this would be
Now you
some way to
require
end it.
160.
Culleton will come back for 3 darts to break the Henderson throw in
60.
leg 1.
Now you require 32.
Now, where's darts sit? This can sometimes
on the
be an
first
awkward
leg.
double if he
Niall
misses
Culleton.
it slightly on the outside, but he doesn't, and takes the immediate lead.
Well, so far, everybody who's won the
Second
first leg has
Niall
won the
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
Bad news for John. Now, Tom Sykes was on social media yesterday talking about his new dart shirts.
95.
I sent him a little hashtag saying that he looked like Hank Scorpio from The Simpsons. And he took it on board. And he mentioned that his star sign is actually
97.
Scorpio. I think there's a possibility he might inherit that as a nickname. It's not the worst one I've ever heard.
He hasn't got one yet, has he?
Yep, Scorpio. I like it.
100.
Well, John Henderson just reminding Niall Culleton that it's not that easy to take legs off him. Matching the maximum tally. Culleton had one in the first throw of the game.
Well, so far, Hendo's playing like Celtic. It's pretty hard to get points off Celtic in
79.
the Scottish Premiership. That's about as good a compliment as I can pay Hendo.
140.
grouping. 84 after 9 is a fabulous leg so far. And even after missing 10 darts at a double in his first match today, he's still averaged nearly 99.
85. Johnny require 84.
Watch out, everybody, on the senior circuit this year. Hendo might want more major glory. But first, he has to make a decision as to whether to go for the bullseye. I think he's going to gamble.
Yeah, it has become a little bit of a
44.
thing for him.
Niall, you require 142.
He did it actually against the same opponent yesterday in a similar spot. His opponent was on a 2 treble to double shot. And Henderson thought, well, rather than going for the bull and leaving a double
55.
that I
Johnny
don't
require
favour,
40.
I'd rather tee up tops. That's what he's done. But he hasn't hit it. Does get double
Game
10 though,
on the
just
second
sneaks
leg.
it in
John Henderson.
and levels the match with a break back.
Calculated gamble.
Third leg, it's John to
And
throw first.
the
Game
numbers
on.
state it's the right thing to do these days. And you can't accuse John of not being pliable. Because in previous years, he would have gone 14
99.
bull. He's recognised that there is a bit of a statistical change in people's thinking. And now more people are doing that than ever.
There will be the odd occasion where you do get burnt
119.
by playing with that particular fire. However, if you do it regularly over a long period of time, you are more likely to win those
36.
legs than lose them.
Have you ever wondered why Hendo is such a lovely person?
I mean, it's not kept me up at night.
40.
I had the chance to meet his parents. And then you understand it. They are such lovely people. And they've raised a hell of a kid.
140.
I know they're really proud of him. Everybody in northern Scotland knows who Hendo is. You can walk anywhere between Aberdeen and Inverness and down towards Glencoe, and everybody knows who Hendo is. In fact, darts is so big in Scotland that you could find an outback pub anywhere. I walked into one a couple of weeks ago and there was a picture of Gary Anderson on the wall. Darts is bigger in Scotland than you think. Even if you think it's massive, it's bigger than that. And that's why him going back to Huntly when he won the World Cup was such a massive thing.
92.
Well, he may think about setting up tops when he comes back. because he is going to be under some pressure.
100,
Culleton on a more favourable finish.
134.
That's exactly what he does. And he makes it look
Game
easy.
John the third leg.
54,
John
tops.
Henderson.
Smooth. Superb.
Fourth leg gets Niall to throw first. Game on.
Speaking from the point of view of being the opponent, when that happens sometimes, you admire it, but you hate it. You don't want someone to hit that against you, but you can admire
42.
the quality of that finish. That was wonderful. And the best that John's done this week by some distance.
And we look at the last 2 legs. Speaking about being darts smart, John Henderson has exhibited 2 different
100.
types of percentage play there. One where he decided, well, going for the ball's not the value shot here, and ended up winning the leg because he got all 3 darts at double and needed them. And then on that occasion, deciding, well, it's
96.
easier to hit 1 treble and 2 doubles than it is to hit 2 trebles and 1 double.
135.
Now he's turning the screw a little bit. Culleton took the first leg, but since then Henderson has dominated. And that is all we're seeing today. No close
59.
battles. Sometimes winning a Group A situation is not just about you doing well. You need the people chasing to falter.
96.
And Henderson, even if he wins all of his games from here until the end of Wednesday, he's going to win the group, obviously. But he has to be ready for the threat of Morris and Harrison because they haven't lost today. One of them is about to.
66.
But it depends on what John does first against Niall. Has to switch. Doesn't have a choice.
40. John require 104.
Now, does he go for 54 again? Well, that pesky one in the middle of the 20 and the 18.
Well, one little trick that he could
64.
learn is if he
Niall
wants to leave
require
himself on top, then
164.
16s is probably the best route there.
He hasn't quite figured that one out yet.
But he has left himself on tops, and he usually does figure that out.
43.
He plays the game very similarly to his former World Cup teammate, who he gave a little jab in the jaw once, Robert Thornton.
Game shot the
And they're both very good at that. 3-1 Hendo. The points tally could be swelling, and the leg difference has been doing nothing but going in the right direction all day long.
He's looked $1 million so far this week, John Henderson, and despite that
59.
opening leg loss, he's turned it on again here. It's just that the average level from Henderson is
81.
90 plus, isn't it? When for many who've been successful at the Super Series, that's the top level.
140.
I remember when John first came to the PDC, you know. His first weekend in Halle in Germany. He made the semi-finals, and we all thought, well, Hendo's here.
76.
First time I ever met John was in Wolverhampton at the Grand Slam of Darts, and he told me a ridiculous story.
140.
He told me how he'd qualified for Lakeside, and then they changed the rules, and then he wasn't in Lakeside. And I just stood there aghast. And I couldn't believe it.
100.
Been friends with him ever since, and every word he says is worth listening to.
Didn't leave a finish on that occasion, Henderson with the 140, but
60.
again, could have maybe thought about the bullseye there. 2 darter when he comes back. Culleton likely to be on a finish, but does need to find a treble to get there. Not that one.
92. Johnny require 102.
Yeah, could have used the 25 to leave himself on 97 with this shot, but it's still a 3-darter. And that, again, was a calculated gamble, because I get the feeling if Niall was on something smaller, he would have gone 42 tops. By getting the 25 and the single 17, He was trying to guarantee
40.
3 darts at tops again
Johnny requires
to win
40.
again.
4-0 in his first match. 4-1 in his second.
And the match, John Henderson.
The Highlander is flying high at the top of the Group A table. John Henderson defeats Niall Culleton convincingly, comfortably. A 4-1 success, an average again in the 90s, just shy of 94. The finishing was fine, 4 out of 6, including a brilliant double check out for that 1-3-4. And he is going to take some stopping today. Henderson, with that victory over Culleton, moves himself 4 points clear of the top of the table of the chasing pack that includes both Tommy Morris and Andreas Harrison. Whoever wins that one will find themselves in second place.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
We have a 4-point cushion at the top. John Henderson, who has won all but one of his games here this week, is now on 12 points ahead of Tommy Morris and Andreas Harrison, who will play in this match. And one of these people is guaranteed to be 2 points behind the big man from Scotland. But who's it going to be? Yesterday when they met, Harrison put in a display, didn't he? 106 plus average. Best performance from a winner yesterday, because the best overall average came from Reece Robinson in a loss to Andreas earlier in the Monday action. But Tommy Morris is playing the best darts he's ever played here at the Live Lounge over the last couple of days. If that continues, he could just get the 2 points that he needs to stay in touch with John.
Looks like it will continue. And it's a great point, actually, that Paul makes about that gap at the top of the table, because it looks like John Henderson's running away with it, but don't be fooled, because whoever wins this will only be 2 points behind and will still have Henderson to play today. They will see it as in their own hands.
45.
Sometimes it's more advantageous to be the chaser than be the chased. And just look at Manchester City last season. and the season before.
180.
We're not getting the same amount of maximums per
100.
game that we got yesterday, but we're still getting a very healthy amount. We've now got 10 for the day,
100.
just after the completion of 5 matches. So we're very close to 2 per match, which is very healthy.
100.
But yesterday we were closer to 3.
81.
Treble 15. We left 42.
49. Tommy Rook 116.
Let's see if that missed single is going to cost him. It just so happens that it doesn't.
60. Underage required 32.
And 78 grams of tungsten from Tommy Morris doesn't register a 116.
Game shot on the first.
But that one
leg.
dart
Andreas
does
Harrison.
give Andreas the lead with a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game
Sending out a bit of social media activity this morning, letting everybody know about the action today. And first person to reply, Scott Mitchell.
100.
He is very much in the corner of Tommy Morris. Of course he is. They're from the same county.
Really good friends as well. Mitchell, something of a
140.
mentor to Morris.
Play the game in a slightly different way, though, don't they?
You could say that. Really effective from Andreas Harrison. What a performance he's producing here for the second straight leg. He's on 181 after half a dozen darts.
Here we go again. And this is not a Whitesnake track. This is Andreas Harrison playing Tommy Morris. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if Andreas likes a bit of Whitesnake.
85.
I don't know what it is about people from Finland and northern Sweden and Norway and Denmark. They like a bit of heavy rock.
180. Underage required 196.
There we go. Already up to half a century of 180s this week.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas Harrison.
This match is producing.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Tommy
Game
playing
on.
Andreas this week is like playing level 11 and there's only 10 levels.
100.
26 darts for the first 2 legs. And don't be fooled, he can reproduce that.
100.
He's in such good nick. Yeah, but apparently people from Northern Europe love a bit of rock
96.
music. There's a very famous band called Volbeat from Denmark. They are hugely popular. Maybe not so much in the UK. They should be because they're brilliant.
24.
But every time we go there for the Nordic Darts Masters, the song that gets everybody off their chairs in Copenhagen is from Volbeat. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Andreas has
91.
dabbled with a bit of that for walk-on music in the past.
Oh, he's at it again.
140.
Both players averaging around 108 after 2.5 legs in this game.
Isn't it fascinating that after that
77.
second leg loss, Tommy was still smiling? I think that's a lesson to a lot of dart players out there.
140. Tommy Rook 137.
Best he can do in this leg is a 14, which will reduce his average if he finds it.
99.
Tommy's done his job.
97.
He's probably thinking, this leg's going to go. Andreas is going to hit this.
Opted to go for the
57.
double-double
Tommy
route. Now
Rook
Morris has a choice to
38.
make himself. And he decides to split. Unlucky
30.
there. Very
Andreas
unlucky.
required 40.
But he'll probably be punished.
Anybody for a double break?
30.
Apparently not.
Tommy, you require 8.
2 4s with no hesitation.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he does get himself
Tommy Morris.
off the mark this time.
Fourth leg,
Yeah,
it's
don't be
Andreas to
fooled
throw
about
first.
Tommy Morris.
Game on.
He is an explosive style of player, but there is plenty of pragmatism about him as well. We saw him split that 38. He will
96.
step back and take his time over double attempts. He's not hot-headed, is he?
95.
Not at all. If he catches bullseye challenge a little bit later in the week, you can tell he's a bit playful.
100.
But I think with some characters, we label them as playful or exuberant, and we don't give them enough credit for how focused they can be.
99.
We know from previous experience just how focused Tommy can be, but he's trying to unlock his Super Series formula because he's the one from this group
132.
who has not made a final in a weekly sense. He's the only one. That may be the
100.
next step this week. If he can do that this week, or if he can win, who knows what could be next?
Yeah, he's knocked on the door, hasn't he?
133.
There seems to have been incremental improvements, but as we said at the start of the day, this week seems to be the best version we've seen of Morris. And maybe part of that is indeed having the full week.
100. Andreas, you
Having the
require
full week and
40.
having the opponents that he's got.
Has won Group A before as well.
Game shot.
Harrison making it hard for him here.
Andreas
That's a
Harrison.
13 dart leg from the reigning champ.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I think we need to get players to wear something on their shirt that signifies the fact that they are a series champion. You know how world champions have a little star.
96.
Okay, if we're going to go with that, what's it going to be?
Probably some M, some version of M, maybe a gold M, although people might think they work at a fast
137.
food chain.
$60.
I think that's a good idea. I've been pitching for the Champions Wall for about a year and a half. But I think because of what dart players like to do by personalising their kit,
96.
I think if you've won a series, or indeed a week, you can wear, I don't know, a pin
93.
badge?
Maybe you know all the players wear the sponsor Super Series, that the logo. Maybe the champion should have a golden version of that.
Well, that's what they do in
94.
DP World Tour. If you've won a Rolex Series event, you get the caddy gets a gold bib.
126.
I think that's a great idea. That's a great dart.
136.
It sets up a match-winning chance, and he will get a look at it. Harrison has been
60.
insatiable
Duration
again
requires
against
74.
Morris, and he could be the real and present danger to John Henderson at the top of the table.
He's looking for the top of the board.
Game shot
And he
out the
sneaks it in,
net.
the top corner.
Andreas
Harrison with a 15 darter. It's a fantastic performance, a 4-1 win. This day really has been a day that's been littered with one-sided affairs. No player who's lost a game has got more than one leg, even when they've averaged more than 95, like Tommy Morris did there. But it was 103.96 for Harrison, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and another very dominant display in victory. Does that continue after the break? We'll find out in the next match, which features Niall Culleton and Rhys Robinson. Welcome back. The action continues on a day of, well, one-sided results in this group, and it all amounts to this. John Henderson, top of the table, 2 points clear of Andreas Harrison, who beat Tommy Morris 4-1 before the break, leaving Morris with Gilbert Vander Maiden on 8. But the two that are about to do the tungsten tango now are the bottom two, Rhys Robinson and Niall Culleton. And whoever wins this one, well, what is the situation for whoever wins this one, Paul? Does it keep them in touch of potentially a Group B finish, or are these two already resigned halfway through this group campaign to being in Group C?
Well, let's be real. 2 rounds gone today, meaning that we have 3 left today, 5 tomorrow, so that's 8 rounds of play. Still 16 more points up for grabs.
First leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Best case scenario, 18 points for whoever can do that. Whoever it is, whether it's Niall or Rhys. 18 points should be good enough for Group B.
36.
But we are starting to see a little bit of separation between the likes of Hendo, Harrison, and possibly Gilbert, and the rest, which consists of these
41.
two. But I don't see Gilbert Vander Maiden looking as good as yesterday. I think he's starting to tumble. And if Tommy Morris doesn't get points
100.
on the board in maybe his next couple of matches, he could be susceptible for someone like Rhys or Culleton who could get their act together. And out of these two at the minute,
60.
Rhys looks the more likely.
That's the problem for them, isn't it, though? Because whatever they do, the people above them are going to pick up points anyway, because you mentioned those two players. Vander Maiden and Morris play in the next match, so winning this will only keep you 6 points from third place after the next game.
123.
When they played yesterday, it was 4-3. And that was one of those games that Robinson just couldn't believe. Twice at the end of that match yesterday, Culleton found bullseyes off a missed first dart.
19.
Oh, that was, real sucker punches for Sugar Rhys.
59.
I think we should be quite proud of ourselves, you know. Because at no point yesterday did we say that Rhys was in pieces.
Well,
that's a nice recovery, isn't it? Leaves himself very well landed into the finishing zone. He's got options. Based on what we know from Niall, it should be 5 and tops. Because I believe he's stronger on tops than double 16.
Well, he's lost 2 matches 4-1 today. Won the first leg against John Henderson. Wins the first leg against Rhys Robinson. The problem in that match was he lost the next 4.
Second leg, it's Rhys to throw first.
By the way, plenty of fun content on this Modus Super Series YouTube channel, not just the live action for you. There's other stuff available, including the Bullseye Challenges, which I'm sure all our subscribers have become well accustomed to, and some really, really good efforts of late. Make sure you are subscribing and that you have turned on your notifications by clicking that bell.
45.
Also, we did have some professional players down here. By professional, I mean PDC Tour card holders, Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton. In fact, they took on the Bullseye Challenge along with Keegan Brown and Luke Littler. So do have a look at that. Rhys Robinson pretty much attempted the Bullseye Challenge during his previous match, didn't he?
40.
Almost took it out for a leg to do a Whitlock.
60.
A lot of people think that the stuff that Robinson does is full of exuberance and it's all part and parcel of being a new school dart player. It's not actually that new.
36.
Going 48 first on 136 is a little bit new because if you get 2 of them, you leave tops.
56.
I kind of like it. But if you think about people doing different stuff, it's been going on for years. But I think the one person that sticks out for me that started doing different things before anybody else was Dave Pallett. I mean, he still has created the funniest moment in the history of the sport. Hitting 2 treble 20s. He's got 170 left. Gives it to the crowd. Goes up and hits a single 18. It's absolutely hilarious.
And this is Reese doing Robinson things, but that was a half safe dart. It was topsy intention.
40.
Can't find a way.
141.
But he will return.
100. Erasure required 40.
Just the one.
Game shot on the second.
That will do
leg.
very nicely.
Reece
Equalises at 1 leg all. And these two, I'm sure, are strapped in for a close fought match.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
What chance do you give Ireland at the World Cup, by the way? Because Niall is obviously a fierce supporter of the PDC Ireland squad. Do you think they've got any chance? They've been to the final before with Lennon and O'Connor.
Is that the same team this year?
Keane Barry this year.
Keane Barry. He's not been in the greatest form himself.
100.
Do you want me to be honest or kind? No chance. No, in terms of winning, I think they could.
60.
They've got the potential to have a good run, but I think there are too many really strong teams this time around, and I think the winners probably come from
60.
the expected Wales, England, Scotland.
Well, if I may then, if we poke at that bit, what chance the Netherlands?
100.
I'm not a fan of the dynamic, to be honest. I think that's important.
I have to agree. I don't see the chemistry between Noppert and Van Gerwen. Not the same chemistry that you would get from, say, a Van Barneveld-Van Gerwen partnership. But the rules state that the top 2 ranked players from that country go to the World Cup, and sometimes teams don't have that chemistry.
I do like England this time around. Not really fancied them since the Taylor Lewis heyday. But with Luke Humphries leading that team,
95.
and the speed between him and Smith, they could just race past some opponents.
Yeah, I really do like that team.
125.
Chances for your old team while we're on the conversation, Australia?
You can never count out Whitlock, can you? When it comes to the World Cup, he is an ever-present. I'm playing with Damo, who feels like he's been in form for about 5 years. They're always going to stand a chance, but I don't think they're going to harbour a lot of headlines. I think it's going to be Wales and England, and possibly Scotland that get those.
Well, it's the Irishman here looking for the green bit. You can't
60.
find it.
Reece require 107.
Reece requires 107. Okay. Why not?
Game shot.
Wonderful
third leg.
from Reece Robinson, who's finding that flair and finding his form.
Now, if you think
Fourth leg, it's Reece to
that's
throw
an
first.
unnecessary shot,
Game
think again. Just give yourself a second. 107. What if he gets to 25 just north of the bull? What has he got left?
53.
He's got 82. Then he's got a marker for the bullseye to leave double 16. That has come off without any faltering whatsoever in 3
80.
different departments, but that has got a lot of sense. Does that give you a little bit of an insight into the brain of Robinson when he plays this game?
140.
He is super smart. And it only takes one person to open that shot up to the world. And then people will be on their practice
140.
boards at home watching this or the highlights and saying, do you know what? I like that too. I'm going to do that.
128.
Well, just to continue the conversation from the World Cup of Darts, but to make it more Super Series relevant, maybe this can be a little question for the chat. If we were to host a
100.
World Cup style event here at the Super Series, who would be your pairings for which country?
I think people are clamouring for that, you know, because they would
45.
love it.
Scotland, for example, John Henderson, as a World Cup winner would be the obvious choice, but do you put him with Jim McEwen as a Super Series winner? Do you look at Robert Thornton as a former actual teammate in the World Cup of Darts? It's really interesting.
Andy Bolton?
Oh, of course. That's what happens when you put the
Reece Robinson.
the dart in the northern part of the 25. You leave the ball.
Point proven as to what he can do with markers. Robinson is getting way more sunshine today.
Yeah, you think about that long term. I think we should maybe make a list and then present it another time. But there are actually more candidates for the Super Series World Cup of Darts and probably for the PDC version.
Absolutely.
Because we can actually use some of their players who don't hold two cards.
125.
And don't forget as well, Andy Davidson.
Stop it now.
68.
That's just Scotland as well. We haven't even delved into England. I daren't.
43.
This could go on for hours talking about this, but this is a proper idea.
94.
I do believe it's Six Nations this weekend as well, which means that the very proud
88.
nations of England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and the Netherlands will do battle. Good luck to everybody playing, including
140.
Cam Crabtree, who will represent England, as will Scott Mitchell.
Culleton's got a chance here to be the first, or make it the first match that goes more than 5 legs.
Well, that's now becoming the Matt Campbell ironic thumbs up shot.
64.
He genuinely despised that first start. Well, this is where he wants to leave double 12 and ask the question. But he's not going to do so. I do get the feeling that Robinson is working on something with his follow through, just trying to make sure it goes through with the right pace and line.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It hasn't worked in that leg, but he still has the darts to win 4 legs to 2, which would get him onto 4 points.
6th leg against Reece.
He's already done his leg difference some good today by beating Gilbert by 4 legs to 0. And poor old Gilbert, who hasn't won a leg today, has got Tommy Morris next.
60.
Robinson trying to recover from a slow start when he lost his first 6 matches in this group. Morris beating him earlier on 4-1, but then has since been beaten 4-1 by Andreas Harrison. Gilbert yet to win a leg today.
Look at that.
140.
Such a rare skill, getting those points together like that. He's a gifted player. But there are different ways of doing it as well. It's not necessarily just the players who can stack underneath who can do that. There are people like Niall who can stack them over the top like that. And what is it about Germany at the minute, by the way?
58.
They're hosting everything at the minute. They've got the PDC World Cup next week. They've got European Tour event in Leverkusen this week. And they've got the Euros.
59.
It's not as if you've got to travel far to go to the Olympics. Just down the road in Paris.
95.
We have had weekly champions here at the Modus Super Series. Rennie Idams. And Lucas Venig.
180. Richard Rick 148.
He's not going to get this one. And Culleton could take us the distance for the second consecutive day in this fixture.
98.
It's a great last start, though.
We require 84.
Earlier in the day, Henderson had 84. And he did not go 14 bull. In this spot, you have to.
48.
The second 14 is no good.
Require 50.
What does Robinson do with 50?
And no, not the right time to be going straight for the ball. Not with Culleton on 36. He plays it safe. He plays it smart. He plays it sensible.
42.
But he does not find
Mile you
the
require,
target.
36.
Could it be a game where
Game
Culleton
shot on the
wins
sixth
the
leg.
last 2 legs again?
Niall Culleton.
Tightest game of the day by a stretch.
7th and final
It's been
leg,
either
it's
4-0
Niall
or
to throw
4-1
first.
up to now.
Game on.
And this is a mental battle for Robinson, who has now lost the advantage of throw.
We've seen some really good performances today, but we haven't seen any close matches. First one
85.
that can be so described. Can Robinson do what he could not do yesterday in these kind of positions and pick himself up off the floor, having suffered the
100.
blows, and taste victory in a battle? I think that will be another little tick, won't it, next to his name if he manages to do that.
Well, weirdly,
85.
winning this game 4-3 from this position would make him feel better than winning it 4-0. Because it means he has won the mental battle.
And this will help. That will help.
180.
A little bit of peacockery as well, keeping the arm stuck out for a couple of extra seconds after hitting the maximum. His second of the game, the 4th in total.
140.
Culleton is not finished yet, though. He's got the half-dart advantage. Oh, he can't get it
60.
past. I think 92 minimum as a leave here. He's got to move. He's got a little bit of room over the top of dart 1, but it's too risky.
97.
Okay, I can get behind that shot.
161.
Had he hit the 51, he would have left himself on 60, but this is in the balance. .35 off leaves 126, so probably 19s. I wouldn't be surprised at Bull.
60.
If he gets a look at that
Niall, you
101,
require 94.
I wouldn't be surprised if he starts on Bull again. Well, this is a big chance. Now it's going to be Niall's turn to wait.
54.
If he gets 25 with the first
Richard
start, he'll go
Maguire,
2 double
101.
19s.
That's the play. Paul predicted. Robinson couldn't quite
63.
execute.
Niall, you require 40.
My word, that was a great attempt. But he might have his pocket pinched again. How does he hit this?
No score.
That was a nightmare, that second dart. It just laid
Richard require
flat.
38.
There we go.
Game shot
He
and
gets
the
that
match.
win. Apologetically in the end,
Reece
Reece Robinson, but on the
Robinson.
inside he'll be feeling good. Battle hardened after taking blow after blow yesterday. He finally got himself a victory when he hammered Gilbert Vander Maiden 4-0. Now he wins a bit of a scrap, and that will be satisfying for Reece Robinson. There were good moments in there, not least a brilliant 1-3-5 checkout. But in the end, it's that double 19 that wins a decider, that takes Robinson over the line and leaves Culleton stranded at the foot of the table. Now coming next, a man who hasn't won a leg yet today. He's having a similar day to Robinson suffering yesterday, Gilbert Vander Maiden. He takes on Tommy Morris in Game 8. Tommy Morris has been in explosive form over the last couple of days here at the Modus Super Series, and now he's looking to return himself to second in the table. A victory here over Gilbert Vander Maiden would do that and would leave things looking a little bit bleak for the Dutchman, who things were looking excellent for yesterday when he won 4 out of 5, shared the lead with John Henderson at the top of the table, but their days could not have been any different. Not only has Gilbert not won a match yet, he hasn't won a leg. Will that change here? Let's find out. Over the best of 7, Owen Binks officiating, Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson commentating.
Who's going to be winning?
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
I think odds-wise, you've got to have Morris as a big favourite in this game, but having said that,
180.
the look on Gilbert's face when he plants that first maximum of the match is one of,
100.
I'm not going to let this one slip. He has got the darts, but don't you just love that fight-back spirit?
100.
You lose a couple of games to 0 and you think, well, what question am I being asked in game 3? The question is,
140.
how do you bounce back?
180 is all well and good, but it doesn't guarantee him winning the leg. Morris is on his coattails.
100.
That follow-through is getting more exuberant as the games go on. He's starting to turn himself into Rudolf Nureyev.
45. Gilbert, you record 121.
So it doesn't have to go 11 ball with Morris not on a finish.
89.
Which is why he just tees up. Well, he's found himself in the perfect position, hasn't he? On a double after a dozen. But Morris makes it a little more uncomfortable.
32.
Don't miss. And he
Thanks for the
doesn't. That's a
first
perfect
Gilbert
start
Vander
from Gilbert. His first leg of the day, and it's a 13-darter.
And you were right, you noted it after the 180. The demeanour has
So now
totally
it's Tommy
changed
to
for the
throw
Dutchman. There was
first.
something
Game
of a
on.
snarl before throwing that double 16.
Does it remind you of a certain Scot who won last Tuesday?
100.
Alan Suter, who won his first professional tournament in the PDC last week and did so by snarling all day.
We have had a couple of suggestions in the chat for those World Cup
135.
teams if we ever held one here at the Super Series. I'm not going to constantly go down this rabbit hole because we could speak about it all day, but I will read out a couple of the suggestions.
85.
One person giving a few pairings here. So Scotland, they've gone for Henderson and Bolton. England, Tom Sykes and
136.
Rhys Robinson. Netherlands, Van Schie and Van der Meijden. Wales, Bates and Burnett. I
64.
think that's a strange
Tommy
one, considering neither of them have actually set foot on the stage here. Sweden, Harrison and Nilsson.
90.
Again, Dennis Nilsson hasn't been on the stage.
I would go with Harrison and Ersland.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
58.
And then Germany, again, they've gone for Hopp and Bunsen. Neither player has been here, so I don't think we can allow that.
32.
Morris playing, again, we spoke about his pragmatism, his sense, his good darting knowledge, and he avoids any
89.
drama by
Tommy
doing that,
require
doesn't he?
8.
Absolutely. Double 2.
Four.
And a chance for
Gilbert, you require
Gilbert.
105.
Somewhat unexpected. Chance is very much alive. Double 16.
89.
Oh, so close
Tommy
to
require
2-0.
4.
Not close enough to double 2. You don't see many players backing off on dart 3 like that. But
Games on
maybe
the
he
second
knows
leg.
his game better than
Tommy
anybody
Morris.
else. And he should at 1-1. Now, we could have a week
So now
here
get Gilbert to throw
where
first.
it's
Game on.
6 nations of sorts. Because we have 12 players and 2 players per nation.
60.
Well, Paul, I hesitate to mention, but somebody suggested you as part of Team Australia. I think you've got bad news from them, haven't you?
100.
People well above me. I think you'd have to have Raymond Smith.
They suggested you and Raymond for that.
No, I'd have to take myself out of that one. I'd go with
96.
Raymond Smith as captain and either Jeremy Fagg or Robbie King.
100.
Most recently, Mason Whitlock has
Oh, yeah, that's a good shout.
been involved, hasn't he, here at the Super Series. Liam, if you are getting annoyed by adverts, and
58.
like anything else, pay to subscribe to YouTube Premium, and that will
59.
solve your problem. I've never complained about anything free before, Paul, have you?
55.
Well, I'll have to think about that. I probably have, actually.
140.
Yeah, times are different these days. Free is expensive. I like this. 120 off. And there's an argument here for 25. But look at that.
180. Tommy, you have a call, 102.
He gave that the full beans on dart number 3. Tommy Morris, though, double 16. Steps off again for the break.
86. Gilbert, you have a call, 52.
Good game. Taking his time, doing a bit of a Morris himself here.
Game shot in the third.
Well, that was something of a collision,
Vander,
wasn't it? Deflected in, and he leads 2-1. And that's why a lot of darts players don't watch their opponent's darts at all. They'd rather not know how it happened.
Honestly, Gilbert Vander Maiden right now, if he was going to star in an
58.
Arnie movie, it wouldn't be called Total Recall. It'd be called Total Filth. That third dart was Filth United.
I think that's a different kind of movie, that one, Paul.
94.
Well, the Netherlands is a bit of an alternative nation. They like a bit of alternative, don't they?
58.
Did you see their fans at the Euros, by the way, when they were doing their dance from left to right with the Damon Hetta music? Absolutely brilliant. Maybe the
57.
most Dutch thing I've ever seen.
$83.
Now, 350 is a magical number, and it's on. We've had more
100.
9-darters than we've seen people take 350 and 6. Now, if I am correct, I think we've seen that twice in this building. Jim McEwen and Jake
180.
McMillan. And we've seen way more 9-darters than 2. So don't get me started on the whole 350 and 6 is not a rare bird thing.
140.
Yeah, just
55.
one last thing on that
Can we
World Cup thing,
require
by the way. I think
110?
the preeminent classification of someone who does qualify for the team, they must have been to a Saturday, if not won a weekly title or a series.
Vander Maiden wins this
Game
leg.
shot in the fourth.
Fabulous stuff, staking his
Gilbert
claim
Vander
to be one of the
Maiden.
top Dutch darters here at the Super Series. A 3-1 lead here against Tommy Morris.
Prefer it, Gilbert to throw
You have to be
first.
impressed
Game on.
based on what's happened earlier today.
Well, remember what they say about
180.
what builds character. It's not where you are, it's how you bounce back from disappointment. And there are questions
100.
being asked of many a dart player in the world right now. How are they bouncing back from their first 6 months of the season? And top of that list
57.
is one of the greatest Dutch dart players of all time, and Michael van Gerwen. How will he respond from a non-ranking,
140.
winless few months? That question will be levelled at him come the World Match Play if he does not win a title between now and then.
95.
Well, this Dutchman doing a great job, although not on a finish after that misfire.
131.
That's not a misfire. Tommy Morris's firing pin was right on point there. Needs a treble 20 to leave a double.
97.
Still not bad.
30.
Can Tommy deny him a shot for the match? Bullseye. When you're ready.
97.
Well,
but you require 72.
He may be over. 3 out of 5 on the doubles in this game. And he's getting one more dart.
40. Tommy required 33.
Double 16. Does the match continue? First, he wants to find the angle.
1. Gilbert, you require
I think
32.
that is him relinquishing control.
A bit of anger from Morris as he faces defeat, but this is difficult. He's had one dirty deflection. This time he bends it like Beckham.
Gilbert Vander Maiden.
Finds a target, and a 4-1 success for Vander Maiden. Morris exits the stage sharply after that 4-1 defeat. The second on the spin for him, having lost by the same margin to Andreas Harrison after a good start to the day. But it is the Dutchman who wins that one to leapfrog his opponent in the table, take his points tally to 10 alongside Andreas Harrison, who is in action next in a battle between the top two. He takes on John Henderson. Don't go anywhere. Here we go then. It is the battle between the two at the top of the table, Henderson and Harrison. They've had some great clashes before here at the Modus Super Series, and we are expecting another one here. Henderson leads on 12 points, but that gap would be cut if Harrison can be the first to beat him today. Both players on 2 from 2 on Tuesday. John with a 4-0 win against Gilbert Vander Maiden, before then beating Niall Culleton 4-1. And Andreas Harrison had already done that at that point. He went on then to match that scoreline in his victory against Tommy Morris. Big game here, right in the middle of the group fixtures across the 3 days. If Henderson wins it, he's got a 4-point buffer ahead of the Swede and the rest of the chasing pack. But if Harrison wins, it's all square between the top two.
Here we go.
100.
Expect plenty of them. And that's what Harrison's game's all about, isn't it? He doesn't score a maximum amount of maximums, if that makes sense. But he is ridiculous when it comes to 140 hitting. And what I was saying earlier about Robinson and his ability to get the points close together, stacking in a very similar way to that of John Henderson.
100.
It's actually Harrison who is someone who can do it the other way by getting them to float on top of each other. And because they're so tapered out in the middle and then tapered back into the point, when they fly into each other, they can nestle really, really tight.
Well, John Henderson just got a concern about something here. Has there been a little error on the score? Potentially. Henderson recorded as getting a ton and a 140. I'm just trying to make sure that everything has been recorded correctly. Did you notice, Paul?
I know he got a 140 with his last throw because it was just above. Then he found the treble 20, and then the third dart was beautifully nestled into the bottom left. So he definitely got a 140 with the second one.
Yeah, the first one I think was a ton. I can't see anything wrong, so I don't know if Henderson thinks he scored something he didn't, or Owen Binks, the referee, will try and sort the problem while we are in vision in your front rooms or wherever you are, just to keep you up to date with what's happened so far. Henderson and Harrison have won both of their matches, Paul. How big a game is this? It's right in the middle of the group stage. How big can it be?
It can be big because if you think about if both of them are going to continue to win, they're setting up psychological advantages for what could happen tomorrow. I really do get the feeling that this is a good game to see who is the top dog today.
So John Henderson actually appears he'd spotted a little discrepancy in the score of his opponent, not himself. His scores were correct. Andreas Harrison's has changed slightly.
So a little bit of a disruption to the rhythm of the game. It's not the longest format either, so they have to adjust quickly.
Good job I brushed my hair this morning, wasn't it?
60.
I don't know about you, but I got someone to do mine for me. I'm only joking. This is no joke. Oh, he's pushed the wire twice. So Henderson is looking to do what Reece Robinson did 2 games ago. And it's on. 60 ball.
Bit of a drifter. And Harrison, well, he doesn't usually need too many darts. He's already missed 2 at this target. Misses 3. Double 9.
Game shot on the
Found by Andreas Harrison to draw first blood in this top of the table tungsten tussle.
So like it's John to throw first. $100.
It's funny that you mentioned a drifter. Haven't they got a famous song called Saturday Night at the Movies?
I believe so, yeah.
Saturday Night at the Darts is better.
140.
Well, Hendo's only lost 1 match so far. Harrison has been
100.
going slightly under the radar yesterday on his return after winning the previous series. Now, he's the man with the gun on the back of his shirt, and he's very much a threat. I love what you said earlier, the fact that somebody's got to be bottom of this group. At the minute, it's Niall Culleton, but think about the people who aren't going to win this group. And based on the phrase you can see coming out of the barrel there, it's not about luck. Sometimes you can feel lucky.
81. John McCoy, 161.
But you don't need luck in this sport if you're brilliant.
$100.
Well, he forced it through. Some would have gone for the bullseye in that spot, but Henderson backed himself for the maximum score with 1 dart.
85.
Sensible
John
play there.
61.
Very neglected route that from 225. Double top.
41.
And a chance for Harrison because he was wise with his previous dart.
Well, that was pretty wise.
Game
And he's out Hendo there, Andreas Harrison.
Harrison.
Having seen Henderson complete the 1-3-4 in that fashion in his previous match, takes out tops for the ton 40.
Oh, penny for the thoughts of John right there, because that was one wicked shot. And that was a facial expression of a little bit of hurt from John. And Andreas has been doing that to people for the last 6 to 9 months. Do you think John is the most famous Henderson in sport?
No.
140.
What do you mean no?
Jordan's obviously more famous, isn't he?
Yeah, right. He plays in the Netherlands now, doesn't he? At Ajax?
140.
Who's the most famous Henderson, period? As in any walk of life.
The relish.
100.
I thought you were going to say Bigfoot and the Hendersons. Remember that?
I'm aware of it. Remember is a stretch.
Who's the famous Harrison then? The most famous Harrison?
140.
Going first name or surname?
Either.
Got to be Ford, hasn't it?
No, he was called Henry.
$83.
Anyway, back to the darts.
He really likes that 54 route on 161, doesn't he?
58.
I wonder why he started doing that.
Well, this Henderson would love to hit this and just react, really, to Harrison taking out that brilliant 140 in the previous leg.
58. Andreas Require 103.
Well, that's okay. It's a start. 94 left. Oh, this would be wicked.
83.
That would have been one of the most unconventional 103 checkouts you've ever seen. Well, now it's got to be 25. And go high with it as well. Don't just go for the middle. Try the high portion of the 25. That'll do.
32.
Just not feeling it in this game, John.
20.
Yeah, it's similar to his last game, the game that he lost yesterday against Vander Maiden.
10.
But he will get the opportunity here.
John, you require 48.
8 tops, and the game's back on throat.
Got to make yourself feel better, John.
28.
And he's not feeling better.
Andreas, you require 10.
He looks annoyed.
Game shot in the third leg.
Now he's more annoyed. 3-0 down. I didn't see this coming. Well, after the way he's played today, 98 average in his first game, 93 in his second win. But in game 3, it's down towards 86.
135.
Darren on the YouTube chat saying nice to get a look inside the Modus Super Series commentary box. Tell you what, it's less of a box, more of a luxurious suite.
100.
Those of us who've worked elsewhere will testify to that. Comfortable chairs, poor air conditioning.
Why do you think I like working here?
100.
I thought it was a company.
Especially during the summer. Do you remember working in Southampton during the summer? Used to lose weight in a shift there.
Well, we were both over in Henderson for the Pro Tour, and you can end up in some rather bizarre places on those location commentaries, can't you? We've commentated from toilets before, and that's not a joke.
Wasn't there a time when you went to Germany and you were doing it from a bathroom? Was it in Jena?
Yeah.
83. Johnny required
Did it from the back of a
107.
van in Gibraltar.
Yeah, Dan's Cave. Well, John's in a bit of a hole at the minute.
43.
He's got to find a big shovel to dig his way out, but I can't remember the last time I saw John grasping the darts out of the board with such vigour.
133. Johnny required 127.
Bullseye.
102.
That might be that.
Johnny required 62.
Can Harrison finish the job?
46.
That he can't just
Johnny required
yet.
25.
But Hendo has had 6 darts at double in this match and hasn't hit any of them yet. Now he's got
John
one
the fourth flag.
and a possible
John
route back.
Henderson.
Yeah, and that's worth stating because these short
Fair
format
gets Andreas
matches
to
can
throw
turn
first.
at
Game
any
on.
time.
Something's annoyed him. And take it from me.
60.
He's a lovable, gentle giant, but you get him in a bad mood. He is someone who can...
121.
Well, how can I put this? I wouldn't want to be on his wrong side.
Someone on the chat, we actually did go through
85.
these selections. He said thoughts on my selections commentary team for the World Cup. If I missed it, I must have been in the WC, or as they call it in Germany, the commentary box.
60.
You'll have to rewind.
96.
Bit of Craig David there. Can I get a rewind? I think John would like a rewind in this game, back to 0-0.
Oh, Treble 20 saying, can you fill me in?
121.
Well, we know what they're doing on Tuesday, and they'll be back on Wednesday.
$60.
199 is not a nice number.
99.
He's trimmed the 99 off. And he's gradually picking away at the Swede here, who is starting to falter just a little bit. Remember, he's had one
45.
match start, and since then,
Require 100.
it's Hendo who has taken the impetus. This is for a break now. Is tops the play? I don't think it is.
I don't think he thinks it's a play, but he thinks he's blocked that Treble 20. I don't think he wanted to
60.
go that route. He
Andreas
played it
require
half safe.
155.
Didn't like the lie of the dart below the Treble 20. And in the end, he's probably done the right thing again here, Henderson. He's been very, very smart today.
Yeah, very
59.
astute today.
Johnny require 40.
He has been in a very tight
Game
match
on
this
the
week.
fifth
His
leg.
very first match against
John
Robinson.
Henderson.
He needed to win the last couple of legs to win that match, and he could do it again against Harrison.
Sick flag, it's John to throw
Things are
first.
changing
Game
here.
on.
It's not the obliterating standard that we've seen from these two over the last day and a half, but this is a gritty match now where Hendo is
95.
reaching deep into his pocket.
It's interesting. We've got a bit of a mid-session lull, haven't we? The last 2 or 3 matches have not followed the same standard set by the first half a dozen.
121.
And that's quite interesting because it seemed to tail off more to the end of the day yesterday rather than in the middle. Very rare that any player turns up and
180.
performs at the peak of their powers for 5 matches, isn't it? You've got to win the ones where you don't play well.
Correct. Ask Jim McEwen that. He was a ninja at doing that
140.
in winning weekly titles, and and daily campaigns. He could blitz you with 105 average, but then he could also beat you with a 75.
140.
And another incredible piece of armour is this ability that John Henderson's exhibiting here to not play well, but then manage to turn that around during a game to pick up his form, to increase his level.
Yeah, but he might need this if he wants to win this match.
72.
So close, and Harrison could put him away.
And it could end up being tops for the second time in the game. Well, he's got better than that. Doesn't need two, only needs one. And he gets the win. Well, suddenly, the match caught fire, but it proved to be the last leg. Henderson missing the opportunity to win it. And then Harrison going out in 11 darts to win that last leg. Harrison wins the match 4-2. Henderson in the end actually had a higher average of the pair, 92.39, but 7 missed darts at double were punished. The 140 was spectacular, 2 tops for that one, 2 ton plus finishes as well for the Swede, and with that win he does go joint top of the table with the man he has just beaten. The next game after the break is Gilbert Vander, Maiden and Niall Culleton. Before that, myself and Paul Nicholson will assess all the action.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Well, every time John Henderson seems like he will be getting away, somebody reels him back in, and that's what we've seen so far, Paul. We'll reflect on all of the results, but for both John Henderson and Andreas Harrison, the start of the day, it was going perfectly.
Yeah, pretty swimmingly, but let's face it, someone has got to lose that match, haven't they? And on this occasion, it was John. He just left himself with a little bit too much to do in the end, and Harrison did the right things at the right time at the start, faltered a little bit, but then gave himself one more chance in a very competitive last leg, and that 100 checkout was brilliant.
Yeah, more detail on that match in a moment. Let's just show you everything that's happened and everything that still is going to happen today. There's still 6 matches to play, but the start of it, as just mentioned there, Henderson off to a flyer, and until that match between Niall Culleton and Rhys Robinson, whoever started well just kind of railroaded their opponent.
Absolutely. I think it's been very hard to predict what could happen today because everybody's got a lot of game in their locker, and even Rhys Robinson, who has started to fix some of the wrongs from yesterday, is starting to get something going. But it's a fabulously competitive group. As to how it's going to end, I like the fact that we don't know at this stage, because there have been groups in the last couple of series where someone has been in the distance by now.
Absolutely. Well, one player that we spoke about briefly at the top of the show was Andreas Harrison. He's carried on just building slowly and steadily. He now finds himself joint top with John Henderson after beating him. How significant a moment is the match we've just seen?
Yeah, I think it could be fairly significant. I know John won 4 out of 5 games yesterday and found himself in the lead, but Andreas is starting to do the right things in the key moments against the right players to get himself into contention. And this is a much better Group A campaign than the last one he was in, that's for sure. But this is a shot that is neglected, in my opinion. I've said for a good couple of years now, I don't understand why people don't do that more often. If you get the 60 and you've got a good line, you want to go 60, double 10, fair enough. But you've got a double at the top of the board, which people use on 100. So if you go single, double, double, that's normal. But apparently that's not. And I think that should be more of the norm.
John Henderson himself, in the early part of the day, his finishing was pretty spectacular as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. I think the finishing from everybody's been remarkable at times. Everybody's got their own story, but this is a great start from John. And that was in response to a bad second leg as well, where he'd missed 10 darts at double. And at that point, you thought maybe today's going to be different for John. But he's figured a few things out along the way. And watch out for that treble 7. It's something that he uses a lot to try and leave his beloved tops.
Yeah, he also had a 1-3-4 finish with 2 double tops, but why stop at 2 doubles? Why not go for 3? Why not go for 3 bulls, which is exactly what Rhys Robinson tried a little earlier?
He did try it, but he promised that if he left it, he was going to go for it. Now, look at this. Really close. I have a sneaky suspicion that that third dart was going in the bullseye if the other ones didn't reject it. However, a little bit later on, he gets a 1-3-5 to show he can finish on the bull.
I tell you what, that dart in the 1-3-5 as well, if that had been the first dart for a 3-bull attempt, he probably would have got it, because that was perfectly in the high part of it.
Right in the top 10%, which is exactly what he wants. I don't think Rhys is the kind of player who's going to stew on what happened yesterday. I'd like to think that he's not, because he's still got so much ability, still so much to offer this week. And even if it doesn't go well for him in Group A, look at what happened in previous times with Kieran T and with Harrison in the Champions Week. Get the right mentality and get the right reps through Group A. If you don't win it, go and win your other group and get yourself way to Saturday.
What is Rhys realistically thinking when he looks at the league table?
I can still get to Group B, but I'm going to need to be good from here. Minimal mistakes. And I'm talking about in-game mistakes, not whole-game mistakes, because there's a difference between the two. And it's going to be one between his ears. I think if we take yesterday into consideration, if he finishes 4th with a nice points total, that's pretty good. And he'll still go to Group C as one of the favourites. But if he can sneak Group B, my word, they will not want him in that group.
Yeah, well, let's just show you that league table then. Here it is, Rhys Robinson, still 6 points adrift of 3rd place. It is going to be a difficult task. It started to look like certain players are sinking at times. Gilbert Vander, the obvious example, lost his first 8 legs today. Tommy Morris is in that position now, but all of them have shown some sort of bounce-back ability potential, haven't they?
Yes, they have. It's been a bit up and down for those 2 players, and that is good for Rhys Robinson and potentially for Culleton as well, if he can get his way off the canvas a little bit, because it does feel as if he's the person that people are targeting for those 2 points that they want to get. He's the one who's not averaging those massive amounts in certain matches. And I get the feeling that they're trying to make him the person who goes into 6th spot, especially Rhys Robinson at the minute.
Well, we're about to watch Culleton, so let's go and do that. He is going to take on Gilbert Vander, both players here representing the amateur dart circuit, who have various events around the country and indeed around Europe. And any amateur dart player can pick up their arrows, enter one of their events and end up qualifying to play on the Modus Super Series stage. It's as easy as ADC.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And it was recently announced that the ADC, in collaboration with the Modus Super Series, will be hosting their first ever Global Championship. That will take place here at the Live Lounge. 24 players competing over 2 weeks for a share of a prize fund of more than £85,000. That'll be at the end of 2024, from Monday the 9th to Sunday the 22nd of December. It's basically 2 weeks in the Super Series style, but all of the semi-finalists from the 2 Saturday nights will then reconvene on the Sunday and battle it out to become the first ever ADC Global Champion. And there are events that count towards qualification that you can find on the ADC website. And there will be standalone qualifiers as well in Oceania, South Africa, the Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, and the north and south of UK, as well as a World Seniors qualifier for that event as well. So very exciting stuff, all happening a little later this year. And these 2 examples of the opportunities that the ADC provide.
Absolutely. Great stuff.
100.
What could possibly go wrong with a bit of pre-Christmas darts here? But what I will say to the ADC is get the trophy right. Because look at what the seniors did. By getting their trophies right, the players said, oh, I want that. Make them want that. And yes, it's about a little bit of money, or should we say a fair bit of money.
84.
But give them that little cherry of a brilliant piece of silverware, or maybe something a little bit different, and give it some grandeur, and then people will want it for decades.
Yeah, but don't knock it off the prize fund. They don't like that. It's interesting, isn't it? Certain people have different opinions on this. Many really covet trophies and the honour and things like that, and then you get the school of thinking that you can't cash trophies.
43.
Luke Humphries said it brilliantly.
82.
The money can run out, but the trophy lasts forever.
This leg won't last forever. It's done now with another brilliant bullseye to set up the double 16. Vander Maiden really has turned his fortunes around today.
Did his evil twin play his first couple of matches today? Because he's drastically different to the first couple of matches.
It might actually be the opposite. 45. Maybe this is the evil twin, because the expression totally changed, didn't it, for that previous match against Tommy Morris? It was no more Mr. Nice Guy, and suddenly he became a brutal winning machine.
85.
And nobody's got an excuse as to not know the intricacies of the Modus Super Series here this
55.
week. Because I don't think we've got any debutants, have we? Not one. They've all played before.
100.
And in week 1, we only had one debutant.
Yeah, it's getting a bit more difficult to have regular debutants now that we're sort of halfway through the calendar year. Although we do have a few up our sleeves in this series, don't worry about that.
140.
In fact, watch out for the next week's players announcement on Thursday. We might even reveal 1 or 2 before then, but
60.
Must be nice to have that power, Murph.
I don't. I'm just waiting for instruction from our production team.
136.
Well, Gilbert's instructing himself very well here. In fact, he's conducting this game. So far, he's not perfect.
100.
At times this week, he's found
40.
the high 90s range. This is better than that.
Game shot
Much better than that.
Gilbert Vander Maiden.
28 darts for the first 2 legs. And if you are a Super Series veteran watching from home, you know that is 107 average. Culleton may be left behind by the end of the day.
96.
I do get the feeling that as likeable as Niall is, people are targeting him to put him in the basement by the end of this group. And Group C might just be where he has to go on Thursday and Friday. There are many, many stories when it comes to Group C this week. We'll have the bottom three from this group joining Richard, Eric Rowlands, Lee Cox, and Rich Hosey.
95.
And I think the possible story in Group C this week could be Lee Cox. Someone who has spent an awful lot of time here, but
98.
Minimal amounts of success. And he would love to change that. This is better.
140.
But Vander Maiden is still in the distance. He's playing in a different postcode to Culleton in this match.
134.
Yeah, really good stuff, and maybe a ceiling that we haven't seen from him.
58. Skill required 36.
His average is that high that whatever he does here, it'll go down.
20.
He's definitely subscribing to that methodology of Justin Smith, isn't he? Not going for things like double 9. It's amazing how many people like double 18 and don't like double 9.
16.
But his scoring's that good that he gave himself the space to do that, didn't he? And he's got plenty of space in this game. A 3-0 advantage. Now Culleton's not been anywhere near a double in the match, and he can't lay a glove on Gilbert in the game.
$100.
You can call this one the earring derby, couldn't you? Because they both got earrings.
Yeah, that excited somebody in the chat yesterday, didn't it?
58.
We never did give them an answer. Probably never will.
What was the question again?
Who's got the best earrings in darts?
Well,
100.
let us put it out there again. Twinkly things. Nothing wrong with that. Would you like them twinkly or dangly? Or a bit studdy? They're a bit more Blink 182, those things, or a bit of Linkin Park.
This is the most in-depth analysis you've done all day, Paul.
I pick my moments. I think the best, it's got to be Dirk, right? With his
42.
cultural Dutch earrings that he wears all the time.
Don't forget Phil in the early noughties.
They were dreadful. That hoop from his left ear, what was that about?
140.
Looked like a member of Boyzone.
123.
Well, Culleton trying to work his way back into this game. 116 to do so. 2 goes at it.
76.
He might be given something to think about here.
He's going to get to a finish.
140.
And it's going to be small.
No, you're required
So
40.
watch your back, Niall.
Game shot on the
Very good
fullback,
shot.
Niall Culleton.
We haven't mentioned it yet
Fair gets
with
Gilbert to throw
Niall
first.
Culleton, but I think it's halfway through Tuesday, past halfway through Tuesday. It's time for the obligatory mention that every time he throws, he looks like he's trying to eat his
100.
flights.
I've never noticed that before. And now I can't unsee it.
It looks like some kind of sort of some terrible Pac-Man, doesn't he? Never actually catches it.
93.
It'd be like those devices they give to cats that have the catnip on a string and they never catch it. Can't unsee it.
41.
I'm going to so blame you for that for the rest of the time I watch Niall play. But then again, the facial expressions of some players, it's very natural. Remember Colin Monk?
138.
He had something very similar. Actually, a countryman of Niall Culleton used to do exactly the same. Mick McGowan.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah. Christian Kist, who's played here before, similar. Well, how about catching this fish?
145.
That would have been some climax to a wonderful performance, but he's a mere 330 ahead. And surely the winning post will be found
85.
with maybe his
25.
performance of the week.
Game
There it is.
and the match. Gilbert Vander Maiden.
Superb stuff from Vander Maiden, who's turned his day around totally. He lost his first two matches 4-0, but has since bounced back with 4-1 victories over both Tommy Morris and now Gilbert Vander Maiden. In that one, an average of over 98, 40% on the doubles, a brilliant 82 checkout in there, bull double 16 as well. Really good stuff from Vander Maiden, who returns to contention towards the top of the table. But one of the players who is top of the table, Andreas Harrison, is back next, looking for an unbeaten day. He takes on Rhys Robinson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Rhys
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Rhys Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're going to have a contrast in styles now on the stage. The showman that is Rhys Robinson and the understated Andreas Harrison, who's flown once again under the radar despite being the reigning champion, and has managed to get himself level at the top of the table with John Henderson by beating Henderson today. However, that win for Gilbert Vander Maiden before the break saw him achieve 12 points, so there is a three-way tie at the top. Can Harrison continue his perfect progress on Tuesday, or will
First
Robinson
leg, it's Rhys to throw
manage to
first.
get the Swedish scalp?
Game on.
This is not so much a big game for Rhys, but this is a big game for the people who aren't playing. Because if Harrison goes top on 14 points,
140.
Henderson's not going to like that ahead of his 4th game of the day against Morris. Morris is not going to like that. And Gilbert's not going to like that.
140.
So Andreas may be the most unpopular player in the building at the minute. This is what I thought could possibly happen. If Robinson was not going to run the card today, I said there was going to be a point where he would become the somewhat alias player, playing for other people.
100.
Or is the right word proxy? Because if he does get the victory against Andreas Harrison here, everybody else is going to put him on their Christmas card list.
97.
And then we've got Morris against Hendo next. And then the dynamic changes again.
We've been talking about different finishers. Simon Whitlock, your old skipper,
45.
on occasion would go for Bull on 84.
Absolutely.
Rhys Roberts, can he hear us?
Well, he's got 67 left, and Travel 17 is the route. And I think he was just too caught up in what he was left on.
44.
Yeah, the thinking is 25 lose 59, doesn't it? So you end up on a double rather than the bullseye itself.
There's a lot of thought in it. Do yourself a favour, Rhys. Get rid of it because Andreas is right behind you.
Game shot on the first leg.
Right in the middle.
Rhys Robinson.
And they're the kind of legs he was losing yesterday.
Yeah, does himself that favour. He was giving his opponents chances and they weren't then giving him chances. That's a perfect example of denying an opportunity. And not just an opportunity to anybody, an opportunity to a player who's won all of his games so far today.
Here we go. 6 maximums
100.
against Harrison this week for Rhys Robinson. He hit one in the first leg. Do yourself a favour, Rhys. Stop hitting as many maximums because it didn't work yesterday. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it almost fueled the fire of Harrison. He's probably better off hitting 125s and 140s.
128.
And 128s.
Such a solid player, Andreas Harrison. Some people are saying that this is one of the best groups they've ever seen.
43.
I think in terms of a week, the qualifying group, I think I'd have to say it's up there.
It is up there.
We have had some fabulous Champions Week Group A's, though.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember that one with Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes? That was ridiculous. But every now and again, we do compile a bunch of players that complement each other.
140.
And this week so far, as we pass the halfway point of Group A, we are not disappointed. We're not taking anything for granted.
Game shot.
As is Harrison, who takes a 14-dart leg to draw level. Because there have been Group A situations in the last few weeks where people have struggled to average 90.
Game on.
Yesterday, we had 6 ton-plus averages. We've had another one today from Andreas when he beat Tommy Morris in Game 6. Having 7 ton-plus averages at this point is not something you see every week.
And there have been games where those ton-plus averages haven't been good enough.
180.
And here we go again. I think Harrison is becoming a yardstick, you know. You play him, he's going to play well. If you can beat him, more power to you.
Well, he's already had a perfect leg here at the Modus Super Series.
180.
And he might be about to get another one.
The man has got multiple weekly titles.
57. Andreas, you require 141.
Multiple 9s? Not yet.
He's going to do the next best thing and tee up a 10. I feel sure it would have been treble 15 to leave his favoured double 18. Instead, it's double 16 for a 10-dart leg.
32. Game shot in the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Well, that's absolutely killed his average, missing that first dart at double, Paul. He's only on 119 now.
Was that it?
Fourth leg,
He's beating his personal best, which is just over 117. But do you know what's ludicrous? I know Jeffrey de Graaf has got to be in the Sweden squad for the PDC World Cup because he's got a tour card. But this guy is not in the team. Think about that for just a couple of minutes and think how ridiculous that sounds.
60.
The form he's in at the minute, what he's been doing for the last 6 months. And I know that the rules are stated on participation in PDC events and stuff, but look at what he did in Belgium earlier this year. There's got to be people out there thinking, even Johan Engström, who's in the team, thinking, do you know what? I feel quite lucky to be in this team, considering how well this guy's playing. This is a bit like having Jude Bellingham on the bench.
100. $58.
Or in Swedish terms, it's like having Alexander Isak on the bench. Because he's rather mint, isn't he?
$140.
He is just continuing to do it. However, his average has tumbled by a good 6 points in this leg. But look what he's left. It might be another moot point 180 from Reece Robinson. As this guy goes for another 1-2-1 on the ball.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
That has got to hurt. Now, did he think that was it? Did he think it was over?
I think he had a memory there. Oh, 1-2-1. That's surely the finish of the game.
Game on.
I hate to tell you, Andreas, but you got one more leg to win. Because he does something every time he wins. He looks back, he tilts his head, and he says, well,
100.
Thanks for the game.
But he's played that well for 4 legs. He can be forgiven for thinking that he's won them all.
I hope he doesn't relax too much.
100.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, I've never been through that. But I know a few players who have. Remember when Joe Mernon did it at the Worlds with Andy Hamilton?
55.
Oh, wow, yeah. Devin Peterson at the World Cup. And I think he did it again on a European tour at one point, Devon.
Look at that scoring pack from Robinson. I mean, seriously, that is a great performance. But look at Harrison. 13 ton-plus scores and a lovely spread as well.
24.
He's going to have to leave himself on 121 again somehow. However, he might finish it with another bull finish for something a little bit more juicy.
We've had some great performances in this group, but this is by far the standout
100.
And it would be the perfect way to end it. He's had the 10-darter. He's had the 1-2-1. He's not going to add the 170.
125.
I think Reece is at the point now where if he gave him 4 darts, he'd still question if he could beat Andreas.
Andreas required 45.
He thinks it's all over. It is now. Andreas Harrison has done Reece Robinson dirty in that game. 112.23 the average. That is absolutely astronomical. It might have been slightly higher had he won 3-1, which he thought he'd done a leg ago, but that is by far the jewel in the crown of what has been an absolutely stunning standard in Group A across 2 days, but the best produced by the champion Andreas Harrison. I'll say it again, 112.23, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. He also had a 1-2-1 in there, and that's a victory that sees him go outright top of the table. That could change, though, if John Henderson can beat Tommy Morris after this short break.
The man at the top of the table has a different identity. And now, John Henderson is not the man who's being hunted. He is the hunter. But if he can get the better of Tommy Morris, he can create a 6-point cushion between these two people, but will equalise the Swedes' position after 9 rounds of play in Group A. It's all very jovial on the stage at the minute, but things are about to change, as the game face must be found. As for Morris, if he wants to be part of the equation to see if he can win this group, a win here could be crucial. Because if he beats Hendo, he goes to 10 points, Henderson remains at 12, and Morris would only be 4 points behind the Swede.
Game on.
4 points is that kind of gap that can be bridged in a daily campaign.
96.
I hasten to say that 6 is too much. So with 2 rounds left for these players, Hendo's got Morris now, and he's got Robinson
95.
last. Morris has got Culleton in game number 14.
96.
And that's a game that Morris should win based on form. Just a little
42.
note on what we've just seen from Harrison, though. 112.23. One of the best averages of the year here at the
84.
Modus Super Series. 4 out of 5 on the doubles with that signature 1-2-1 on the ball. And a little bit of comedy to boot when he thought he'd won the game 3-1.
121.
It's not a specials week, Andreas.
140.
Yeah, strong start here from Tommy. And he hasn't got company in the finishing zone, so he can take his time here and doesn't have to use the ball.
77.
But he's found himself on double 4 quite a lot today. And that is sometimes a symptom of missing too many darts at double 16 and double 8.
100. Tommy require 8. Game shot on the first leg.
Having said that, he has
Tommy
been
Morris.
quite decent at double 4. He does take that first leg in 16 darts.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
It all started very buoyantly for John today, averaging 98 and a 4-0 win over Gilbert.
96.
Getting his own back for losing that game in game 15 on Monday.
60.
Continued that vein of form against Culleton, but since then, things have become a bit more difficult. And both myself and Chris Murphy yesterday were lauding Henderson
140.
for getting the first 3 wins of his calendar here in week number 3 because he was given the hardest games, per se.
96.
I wonder if he can find a bit more form towards the end to make sure he's in good contention for Wednesday's action.
Yeah, well, he
57.
produced some good stuff, but Andreas Harrison has taken it up another level, hasn't he? And we did have that conversation
99.
when you rightly said, Paul, that it wouldn't be a case of Henderson running away with it. You felt that he knew that that wouldn't be the case, that he's going to have to fight hard.
100. $140. John
This is a
Require,
good chance.
108.
Now, Henderson really does like tops. So why would he go 18s? He's got his own route,
Game
and it's a route to success as well.
John Henderson.
That shot proves just how many routes there are for 108.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
He would much rather have 3 darts at 3 open beds than try and say the 17s route, where it's 51-17 tops. I could sit here and criticise that shot and say, well, if you want to have a better chance, try 17s. However, I completely get where John's coming from on that 108.
96.
Because imagine if he doesn't get the treble and it's just above the 54. Then he's got a marker for 54-36. It actually makes a lot of sense.
81.
Glorious starts there from Tommy. It's up to John to join him. Easy for me to say. In the finishing zone, which he's not going to do. So again, just like leg 1, Tommy does not have to go the fancy
43.
finishing route. He can go the layup
Tommy
route.
132. $90.
That's worked out okay, but I would say that going the 25 or bull route on dart 1 for 132 there in that spot is not tactically savvy.
123. Tommy required 42.
However, does he win the leg anyway?
10.
He might not.
Johnny require 114.
Oh,
94.
so close.
Tommy require 32.
So Morris returns, double 16. You just have to wonder
Game shot
what
in the third
mindset,
leg.
particularly
Tommy
Henderson, will be
Morris.
in now, having witnessed that performance from Harrison.
Yeah, good point, because
For
they're
Vander,
probably
Jones
watching the
across
Swede
first.
come into his own now. It's easy to think that you have to attain that level as well. You don't.
85.
You let Andreas do his own thing, and only once a day do you have to worry about his level when you play him.
60.
Then it's up to you what you do in your other 4 games. You don't have to beat Andreas Harrison 5 times in a day. You have to beat him once.
100.
You've got to beat 4 other types of players. That's why you can win a game at the Super Series with a 75 average.
100.
And you can lose with 110.
Maybe worth noting as well that this pair were actually both in Group A last time Henderson was here, Series 6, and Harrison won that group by 6 points. He got 26 to Henderson's 20.
100. John McCoy, 136.
He did keep getting the better of John Henderson. That was the difference.
96.
Our colleague Scott Mitchell was also in that group, but only for one day, if you remember. There was a withdrawal.
100. Johnny require 40.
And Harrison beat Henderson in the semi-finals that week and then went on to win the week.
Game shot on the
Are we going to see a revenge mission? Or are we going to see history repeating? Well, first of all, Henderson needs to get the better of the other players in the group. And
against Tommy to
he squared this match up against Tommy Morris.
Got to find a break at some point, doesn't he? If he doesn't find it, he doesn't win.
60.
It's a long journey, isn't it, from Huntley down to Portsmouth? But John has spent a lot of time in this town over the years.
40.
He's spent an awful lot of time in the air trying to get to one airport to take him to another one. And that's the downside of where he lives. Because predominantly when he's playing European Tour darts in his PDC career, he's had to go to the Netherlands or to London first and then on to the next location after that.
100.
But the upside is where he lives, because Huntley is beautiful.
$82.
And you've got two players on the hockey here who I'm sure wouldn't move from their locations for love nor money. Very, very proud of where they're from.
$95. Tommy Rock 167.
He got one yesterday. He got that one against Gilbert.
60. Johnny Require 87.
Is this the break?
60.
It might not be. That was the best chance he's had of one in this match.
Needs to find a treble. Finds one.
93.
Customary pause, but he can't deliver the double.
Johnny
So both players on
80.
awkward shots here. But it is an opportunity to break for John Henderson now. Don't miss the big one. Doesn't.
10.
Didn't look settled on that last
Tommy
start.
Require 40.
Just looked a little bit out of rhythm. He might pay the price of missing 9s and 4s.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tommy
Because he doesn't get the break in leg 5, he must win the last 2 legs if he wants to try and keep pace with Andreas Harrison.
Sixth leg is Johnson.
Otherwise, it might be
Game
another
on.
case of what happened in their previous Group A campaign. And it places more importance, doesn't it, on his last game of the day against Robinson,
100.
and even more importance on when he plays Harrison tomorrow.
Absolutely. And the problem in this group, and people have said it on our YouTube chat, it's so
41.
littered with top quality players that there aren't. You can't only look at those matches, can you? Every match is a risk.
40.
And it should be. When we used to play Championship League
100.
darts 15 years ago or so, you might play a lot of the same players 3 consecutive days, like they do in Group A. But I promise you
99.
this, you didn't take your foot off the gas at any point, because you knew that the calibre of players around you could nick games off you in a heartbeat.
125.
And that was best of 11. In best of 7, the risk is more.
56.
Especially when you find yourself 3-2 down. That's why I believe that when we settled on
100.
best of 7, it's the perfect format for this. There's a little bit of time to settle in, but very minimal.
140. Tommy, record 135.
Great first start. That's absolutely superb. It's double 14.
121.
As far away as last time.
Johnny record 66.
He obviously didn't learn from the last one. Can John figure this out? This is just a hold throw. One of the biggest darts of the group. And he's up to it. That's so wonderful.
John Henderson.
And Morris will feel that. That double 14 is firmly in room 101
Game on.
for Tommy Morris. He's missed it twice by a mile. Why do I get the feeling that these two will be getting on very well in the practice room? I know that's left behind when they get on the stage, but two of the most likeable characters who come here to Portsmouth.
137.
And you have to be able to say goodbye to a friendship for a period of 15, 20 minutes.
99.
It's the nature of the game. Oh, great second dart.
140.
It made dart 3 easier because he could have nestled it in under dart 2 and he didn't even need to.
137.
Good thinking. And what a great last leg this is.
I may require 170.
Well, can he do it in the most sensational style? He takes a step back again. This time he's close.
45. Johnny require 124.
He's missed a couple of match darts in 2 different legs. But does Hendo hit what he couldn't? Oh, it's even closer.
No thought of the treble 14 there from Henderson. He's backed himself for the ball. Oh, that 14 has plagued Tommy Morris throughout this match.
17.
And he hasn't won the match. Henderson off the hook.
25.
Double 12. And he's back in touch with the Swede. And Tommy Morris will feel very aggrieved that he didn't get the result there. The only time he was not in front was at the very end, but the 14 bed had its say not once, not twice, but thrice. 94.33 for Hendo, 108 finish, that was key as well. And 40% on the doubles was good enough to usurp Tommy Morris, who again averages over 90 in a defeat. When we come back, Andreas Harrison is back to see what the clubhouse total will be for everybody else, and he takes on Gilbert in that match number 13 of the day.
So just 3 games left to go on Tuesday here at the Super Series. Then the first of them, Andreas Harrison against Gilbert Vander. Then Noel Culleton meets Tommy Morris, and John Henderson takes on Rhys Robinson. That after Henderson beat Morris following Harrison's win over Robinson, put them both on 14 points at the top of the table. Vander Maiden just behind them, but I'm going to ask you a question, Paul. Are the rest of them now slipping away, not only from winning the group, but finishing in the top 3?
Yeah, I think they might be. And Tommy Morris, the way he started proceedings yesterday, you didn't think that this would be the scenario for him towards the end of Tuesday, but it is. Gilbert has done a brilliant job of getting himself off the canvas so far today, but can he find the knockout punch and do to Andreas what he did to Hendo yesterday in the final round? If he does, Gilbert is going to be equalising the points total of Andreas overnight, with Hendo taking on Robinson for a chance to be the leader again. A fascinating Group A campaign will come to its conclusion in around 25 hours' time. But we really do like the thought of what's possible overnight after a Tuesday moving day. There have been moves made, and predominantly from the now top 3. But Gilbert knows, in a very fresh way, he might have to have his best performance here this week if he's going to beat Andreas in this kind of form.
98.
After what he did in Game 11. It might have to be one of the best performances of his life.
$93.
Yesterday, we did get 6 ton plus averages. We've had 2 today, and both of them have come from Andreas.
126.
Just carrying off where he left in the previous series, doing big things at big moments.
93.
But if you're trying to find a weakness in his armoury, the only thing we could come up with was possibly Group A. Now he seems to have figured this out as well.
58. Gilbert, you require 100.
I'll tell you who's going to be happy if Andreas wins Group A. Everybody in Group B.
Fair point. Vander Maiden trying to ensure that he at least gets there. But look, if he wins this match, then Group A is up for grabs, isn't it?
Bullseye again.
99.
Not this time.
Gilbert, you require 36.
Now, is he going to hit double 18, or does he need to split?
No score.
Oh, heartbreaking. When you've got those 2 guides on the outside, you do expect to hit it. But if you take your eye off the ball, you could be 1-0 down.
9.
Oh, same sort of behaviour on the double 8 instead of the double 18. Well, this time, he's going to go for the double 9. And he threw that one very quick.
No score. Duration requires 60.
He wasn't necessarily caught in 2 minds. It's almost as if he was going for double 9 before he even needed it.
Andreas Harrison. Second leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
In this kind of mood, you've got to fancy Andreas to get 8 points tomorrow. If he winds up winning this game and 8 points tomorrow, 24 points would be the total. And that would also equalise exactly what Gilbert was talking about this morning.
100.
Because he thought you'd need to win 8 points every day to get the right total to win this group. He may not be too far wrong after all. And it might not just be him that has to stop the man in Sweden colours. It might have to be more than him.
$55.
But if he starts drifting left, like he did earlier on today, He might be in a bit of peril. Because there's one thing you just don't get from the Swede. He doesn't drift. Solid stuff there from Gilbert.
138.
Andreas is going to drift downstairs for the somewhat lesser seen 251s and 36.
94. Gilbert require 81.
Do yourself a favour, Mr. Vander Maiden. Hit double 18 this time.
Game shown the second.
Warning heeded. There it is.
Vander Maiden. Villa gets Andreas to throw first. Game on.
The remaining fixtures are Niall Culleton against Tommy Morris, who could definitely use a win. Hasn't won since game number 2.
41.
Losing streak of 3 matches now, Tommy. As for Culleton, he has not won at all today.
140.
And anything could happen in game 15 between Robertson and Hendo. If it's anything like yesterday, that could be wild. As for this one yesterday, Gilbert won it by 4 legs to 1. And boy, does that seem like a long time ago.
100. Andreas require 81.
Should be 45 for 36. And that double 18 is going to get a fair bit of attention in this match.
Game shot.
Have you seen an 81 checker better than that? I don't think you have.
And he's carrying on that standard, isn't he?
For fair gets Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
And this would, of course, secure a perfect day for Andreas Harrison.
60.
That Henderson was hunting yesterday when he ran into Gilbert Vander Maiden. He stopped him. Doesn't look like stopping Harrison the way he's playing. He cannot be stopped.
180.
What more has he got to do, Murph?
58.
To be labelled as someone who is just one of the best players in the world right now, because the numbers are ridiculous. And they are sustained.
180.
What has he got to do to get people's attention? Everything he does at the minute
58.
turns to gold.
Require 141.
Went 6 perfect darts in his previous match. That's where it ends here.
105.
He's on for another 10. Some people go their whole careers without getting a 10 dart leg. He could have 2 and 2 matches.
59. Ratio required 36.
It's not going to be a 10, but he'll take an 11.
On the 4 flag. Andreas
2 in a
Harrison.
row. And the average is getting very close to what we saw in the previous match. This is a ridiculous spell of darts.
Game on.
There are going to be times, I'm sure, in sport where you're confronted by someone who's playing at the peak of their powers. Maybe stepping in the ring with Mike Tyson in the 80s. Stepping on a football pitch with Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo. Seeing Tiger Woods hit a 6-iron out of a bunker in Canada from about 215 yards. But at the minute, Andreas Harrison is seeing that treble 20 the size of Sweden.
140.
Well, those figures are electrifying, but remarkably consistent. Can you imagine consistently averaging around 110?
85.
Honestly? No. Let's go through his numbers today. 90 average, 103.96, 91.39, 112, and he's 81 away
56
from something better than that.
81.
Treble 15. No need to go
41.
16 and bull with Vander Maiden in a different postcode. Maybe in a different dialing code, to be honest.
Different planet.
99. Andreas required 40.
Top centre complete the demolition job Double 10.
20.
Not there yet.
Gilbert, you require 164.
Can he ask the question? The answer is no.
124.
He's done well,
Andres, you require 20.
but it might not be enough. Harrison does have a perfect day and wins 4-1 again. He's going to be the person that is toughest to catch. It's not just based on his points total and his leg difference, but it's the level of play. For the third time today, he averages well north of 100, and he did so by missing 8 darts at a double, predominantly in the last leg, where he could have had an average of around about 113, 114. However, he'll take that, and he'll take the 10 points today and run. When we come back, Niall Culleton and Tommy Morris will finish their day.
Two more to go then here at the Modus Super Series on Tuesday. And, well, it wasn't long since Tommy Morris was last on the stage when he was in that brilliant battle against John Henderson, had the opportunity to win that match. But Henderson got over the line in the last leg decider after Morris had missed match darts. Since then, Andreas Harrison just took Gilbert Vander Maiden apart, and he's produced a second three-figure average on the spin to ensure that he will complete the card today and is top of the table. But it depends on the result in the last match between John Henderson and Rhys Robinson as to whether he's got company or not. First, though, Niall Culleton looking to avoid the opposite to the success story that Andreas Harrison's had today, because this would be 5 defeats on Tuesday if Morris gets the better of the Irishman.
Someone was always going to struggle in this group because of the amount of quality in it.
81.
And when someone has a perfect day, someone usually has a bad day. That's just the nature of the sport.
100.
But if I may just eulogise a little bit about the done day of Andreas Harrison, he's just done something that doesn't happen very often yet. He's just averaged 100 for the day.
100.
I can only think of one other time when that has happened. When I've been sitting in the chair at least. Dom Taylor did it last year. And he was on fire back then. But if we may say so, so is Harrison.
100.
Taylor, of course, going on to get a tour card. Littler must have been close. But certainly had days where he had big averages. And I think about that day when Darrell Pilgrim had back-to-back averages of near the 120 mark. If he didn't average over 100 that day, he must have been rubbish in his other games.
We're going to have to check that, aren't we?
Yeah.
60.
But it is rare. We are talking about a handful maximum in all of the days we've had here at the Super Series.
55. Niall, you require 120.
120 the target here for Culleton, who will be determined not to, even though he probably knows that the direction of his week now, he's got to be determined not to leave today without a win to his name.
Yeah, that's the motivation, isn't it? Coming to a darts match, the motivation is to just win a darts match. But he hasn't won the first leg.
Tommy Morris.
Another ton plus check out for Tommy the Gun.
And he's still battling for that Group B, make no mistake about it. A win here would put him 2 points behind Gilbert Vander Maiden. And of course he has to play him tomorrow.
And he's got a better leg difference than Gilbert now, courtesy of Andreas giving him a bit of a tousling. So what he would give to get that advantage before playing him tomorrow.
100.
And Tommy does strike me as a Group B kind of guy. Imagine the amount of energy he would bring to a group that has the rapid-firing Alex
42.
Small, for instance. That would be a rapid game, wouldn't it? And then you've got the experience of former Champions Week participant John O'Shea and Ross Montgomery, who is looking for a third consecutive Saturday since making his debut here earlier in 2024.
97. Tommy record 121.
Nah. Oh, he did.
96.
I didn't read him right.
Well, he did, but he shouldn't have, because he's now got to waste a dart in teeing up a double when he comes back.
Well, this is my thought process on this. If you go for the bullseye and don't get it, and I've been guilty of doing this, this is what I learned about it. It reduces the amount of doubles that you can go for.
9.
Yeah, you're more likely to end up on double one from 25 than you are from 40 or 32.
Yeah, you're essentially cutting your options in half. You can leave tops
41.
if you lay up. You can't leave tops if you go for the bullseye and hit 25.
And he has had a little bit of bother on these doubles, despite the fact that Culleton's nowhere near him. But he is halfway to the win here. And this performance from Niall just has a similar feeling to the last performance from Rhys Robinson yesterday when he was in the same position.
Yeah, I concur. I don't know if Tommy Morris is getting his own darts made, by the way. Because I know they're a 26-gram dart, but I don't think you should call them a 26-gram dart. I think you should call them 26-gram caliber bullets.
55.
He hasn't changed much about that setup since he made his debut here last year. He's always gone for the aluminium stem.
28.
And that foldable flight. He's not put himself in the mirror with the old moulded flights yet. But why would you when you can do that?
I see the close-up of the darts in the board there, and both players retrieving the darts. And you always know you've had a bad shot when you've got to take each one out individually.
58.
You know, my dad said to me when I was younger, you should take darts out of the board respectfully and not yank them
81.
out.
A bit like that.
A bit like that. I think he was saying that more along the lines of treat the dartboard with respect because you're not getting another one.
60.
We do play on the best dartboards here at the Modus Super Series.
95.
Yeah, we don't skimp in that department, that's for sure. I think that's what players demand these days, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. The partnership with Winmore.
41.
Board provider
Tommy
to all of the
90.
big televised tournaments nowadays.
54.
If you do come down to the Super Series on a Saturday night, you actually get the chance to win one of those boards signed by all of the finalists. And sometimes one of the commentators as well, depending which one it is, whether it actually... Oh, well.
180.
Doesn't even need to look at the board.
I've never seen him do that before.
Game
I've seen him do that before, though.
Tommy Morris.
Tommy enjoyed it.
Why always Niall?
Gets Tommy to throw first. Game
He's a
on.
good guy, is Niall. He's great company, super fella. He's been part of the Super Series family for a while.
Anyway, you can win a signed dartboard. Tickets available from dartshop.tv.
41.
Come down to the Super Series on a Saturday night. We do a little 9-dart challenge. Scan that QR code. Book your tickets for as little as £2. That's just a booking fee. And if you can make it down to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, then you can watch the darts. You can also throw a few darts, and you might get that nice souvenir to take away.
97.
It's a great night. Starts around 7:30. Doors open an hour prior.
140.
And there are plenty of amenities on the doorstep if you fancy a little food before you come down. And then the libations, well, nobody on London Road is
96.
as competitively priced as we are.
140.
Well, this hasn't been a competitive game, unfortunately, for Niall Culleton. It's been one-way traffic. And Tommy Morris, I mean, you mentioned it. He will be 2 points behind Gilbert Vander. He had a better leg difference before this game even started. It's going to be massively increased here. Because that is a flawless 4-0 win for Tommy Morris. Superb. Absolutely superb. Niall Culleton could just not get a look in. Didn't look when he threw that 180. Didn't have a go at a double in the game though, and Tommy Morris signs off in style. A thumping 4-0 win for him that keeps him in contention for a Group B berth, a top 3 finish. But it's all about the race for the top of the table next, because John Henderson, he's looking to go level on points with Andreas Harrison. To do so, he'd have to beat Rhys Robinson.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Shall we do it one more time then for the day? Why not? And it is important as well because John Henderson needs the win to keep pace with the super Swede that is Andreas Harrison, who has averaged over 100 for the day. But Hendo hasn't had it as easy today as yesterday. But if he can be on the same points total as Andreas, everything will be to play for tomorrow. And that will also create a 4-point cushion between the top two and the chasing pack. As for Reese, looking to get to 6 points. And if he can, he'll be 6 points adrift of Gilbert Vander Maiden in third.
John to throw first. Game on.
Like I said to you earlier, Murph, if he gets 4th position in this table with a decent points total, that's not bad after what happened yesterday.
60.
But if he loses this game, I think Group B is out of his reach.
Yeah, and we also spoke about when John Henderson was playing Tommy Morris. I mean, he got away with it in that one. Morris mismatched darts. How this group is not going to be the same as that last one he battled out with Andreas Harrison back in Series 6, where it's just really about the matches between the two of them. This is another dangerous duel for John.
91.
If it's anything like yesterday, we'll enjoy a bit of that. Collectively, they averaged around about 100.
52.
That's become almost the norm the last couple of days. I wonder what the people in Group B and Group C are thinking coming into this week.
43.
I think they might be sticking an extra hour or two on the practice board because of what they've seen. And I'm starting to see a Reese Robinson who is finding that first dart again.
140.
He's got to go down to 19s now.
137.
He's left to finish, whereas Reese could not.
$99.
Well, it's been a group that's had glitter and gold throughout. How about another nugget here? Not quite.
105.
And not taking out the 170 now puts Henderson in peril of losing the opening leg on throw as well.
How's Reese on tops?
Game shot.
Pinpoint. That's what.
Reese Robinson.
Honestly, it has not been a bad day standard-wise for John. These are his averages without decimal points. 98, 93, 92, and 94. That's really consistent. So nothing massively high, nothing low. His range is tiny. It's only 6 points. But the last thing he needs against Reese here is a performance like yesterday in Game 15 where he averaged 87. The moment he steps off just a little bit, somebody could pounce and cause him all sorts of Group A problems.
123.
Andreas Harrison has identified that and has made sure he hasn't stepped off.
$180.
They actually play each other, John Henderson and Andreas Harrison, in the first round of fixtures tomorrow. Game 3, Wednesday
41.
morning. That could be enormous.
And it will be the latest first game that John's had this week, which means he can probably have an extra half an hour in bed.
140.
Just looking through all of John's games, in fact. This is his 10th game of the week.
81.
And he's averaged under 90 once. And he's not top of the table. Double 4.
73.
He'll come back for it. One 3-9 coming in. It's not going to be that.
99. John
But if John is not careful, Robinson is just behind him.
Game shot.
He is very careful. It is all square.
Just to put that in perspective, if you're averaging
The
above
leg, it's John to throw
90
first. Game on
the PDC professional tour, that would put you in about the 64-ish mark of averages. So not only would you be on that tour, but you'd be keeping your place on that tour. The top 64 in the world at the end of the year keep their place on the professional tour. That is competitive standard at the elite level of world darts.
Yeah, I'd say there's only one person in world darts at the minute who is averaging under 90 for the season who's being said that they're in form, and that's Jeffrey de Graaf.
140.
The rest of the crop, if you want to be competitive, we're talking about 92.5 plus, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit more.
I know we're only talking about 10 matches, but
71.
Joe Cullen, he's averaging less than 90 over 16 matches on the Pro Tour this year.
And I think he would admit that he's not in form.
Just as an example, he's one of the top players in the world of darts. John Henderson, interestingly, in his 5 matches on the Pro Tour this
100.
year, he's averaging just shy of 87, so he's come here and upped it a level.
Maybe he prefers playing here. And I've got a really
100.
salient point to make, because we had a chat about this last week, didn't we? We believe that these purpose-built venues lend themselves to the best possible play. And we know that we have Players' Championships in places like Wigan, Milton Keynes,
63.
Leicester.
Johnny require 161.
I still don't understand why the PDC haven't made their own facility.
Do you think, I mean, you've played in many of these places, every time you go there, everything is obviously built the same, but can be very slightly different, can't it?
Yes, because of climate, because of small things. And if you can standardise as best possible, it will be for the benefit of the playing crop.
42. Johnny requires
Personal opinion,
61.
that's all.
But many players do come here and say it's their favourite throw.
Game shot the third.
He
John
was
Henderson.
loose when he took aim at that treble 7, but he rectified it superbly there, John Henderson.
Fourth
And
leg,
it's a bit of
Reece
a
to throw first.
pattern of things that have happened to
Game
Reece Robinson this week, isn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. John Henderson likes tops as much as Celtic like 3 points. And he never gets sick of tops. And John never gets sick of Celtic winning 3
41.
points. Just imagine if you're in the immediate vicinity and you're a massive John Henderson fan. I mean, let's face it, who isn't? And you've never been to see John Henderson at an exhibition. My advice is that I
95.
thoroughly believe John will qualify for Saturday night, and you could be here as well, watching from the closest possible quarters. There's the QR code.
40.
Get yourself down here. Honestly, with the talent we've got on show this week, if you're not here and you want to be here, it's entirely up to you.
100.
I have a really sneaky suspicion that something special is going to happen this Saturday night, because there are certain things that we've not experienced on a
100.
Saturday yet, like a 9-dart leg. Is this a change of approach from Reece? He's going a little bit flat with the darts now, trying to
100.
make something happen.
I wonder who will be the first to hit that 9-darter on a Saturday night here at the Super Series.
84.
There are certainly enough talented players this week to produce it.
I can see it coming from Harrison or Hendo.
By the way, for the aforementioned ADC Global Championship, when that Grand Finals takes place on the Super Series stage on Sunday, the 22nd of December, if anyone hits a 9-darter that day, they'll get a £1,000 bonus.
Which required 40.
Double 10. A very nice guy. He's throwing 2 different ways in this match, and both of them are pretty effective.
Can you remember the days of 9-dart prizes?
Game on.
I've got a really good story about that, actually. 2009, we're at the Ricoh Arena, as it was known back then.
60.
Really cold and dark and a horrible weekend in Coventry. But inside, we had 2 9-darters. And there was a rolling prize in the PDC of £400 per day that a 9-darter was not hit. On the Saturday, Mervyn King hit a 9-darter in a hoodie because he was freezing cold. Hence my point about standardised venues. Anyway, back to the 9-dart story. Merv hit a 9-darter and the rolling prize was £4,000. He was very pleased, as you would be. Next day, Raymond van Barneveld hits a 9-darter and gets 400 quid.
45.
He was less than pleased.
Do you remember the rolling prize for the TV events when it got up to £35,000? Just before the World Championship, the event before the Players'
60.
Championship in Minehead, where they actually have 2 boards, one televised and one wasn't at the time, streamed by a subscription service but not televised, and Alan
57.
Norris, who of course we see here at the Super Series, hit one, got the £35,000 and ruined this bounty of a £40,000 World Championship 9-darter, didn't he?
See, that's what you need for 9-darters. And winning a 5th leg of a best-of-7 contest as well.
97.
Maybe that story of Kyle and Terry is the best, though.
Yeah.
Terry Jenkins hits a 9 against Per Larson, loses the match, thinks, oh, it's all right, I've hit a 9-darter, I got myself a 20 grand bonus.
38.
90 minutes later, Kyle Anderson hits one against Ian White and cuts it in half.
That was quite early in the tournament. It could have gone further down. He might be thankful of that. Henderson here just looking for a simple tops
Game shot on the 5th
for a 16-darter, but they all count
Henderson.
the same. So 3-2 to Hendo. And one more leg, and he will be sharing the spoils at the top of the table.
Seems to be producing his worst output at the end of the session. Now, I just wonder
41.
what he's going to need in his last game tomorrow.
Incidentally, the fact that Rhys Robinson has won 2 legs in this match means that Henderson will not occupy position 1 at the end of the day. That will remain with Andreas Harrison, even if he and Hendo are sharing the points tally.
140.
Which places a lot of importance on their meeting in match 1 tomorrow, which you do not want to miss.
96.
Well, I'm not going to miss it, and I know you're not, Murph. Make sure you subscribe to the Modus Super Series on our social links and on YouTube.
Yeah, and make sure you tune in bright and early, because that match
100.
is in the first round of fixtures, so be with us from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
It could be as early as 10 a.m. if the first 2 fixtures go quick.
140.
That'd be some way to finish the day, wouldn't it? With the first 170 from John.
50. John, you require 170.
Come on then, John, put the gloss on it.
Gloss, you see? He prefers a matte
92.
paint.
Rhys likes a bit of gloss, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's rather glossy. Gloss, you see? Well, how do you want to hit it? I know you want to hit it, but how do you want to hit it?
He wants the John Henderson to cheer it in.
He's not gonna. Oh, it was really close, though.
145.
Right down the pipe.
Johnny requires
Just ran out of
78.
juice.
Henderson just trying to calm himself down. He's not used to getting involved in that kind of thing, is he, John Henderson? all business.
38.
And that's a really good attempt,
Richard
actually. He
McQuarrie,
didn't have
25.
much of that available.
Well, Hendo's got the darts on the last leg if we need it. Two very different moods on the stage.
Help or hindrance?
No score.
Flicked off the flight, didn't it?
John McQuarrie.
Clear look at tops for John Henderson to get the win in the bag. Hendo hits. Hendo wins. Hendo goes level at the top of the table. Goes into Wednesday tied on points with Andreas Harrison, and that opening match between the pair tomorrow becomes pivotal in the race for finals night. Rhys Robinson pretty much condemned to a Group C campaign, but we know he can turn it on later in the week. They are the stats from that one. Henderson, again, tailing off a little bit towards the end of the day, but doing more than enough to see off Robinson, particularly with his finishing prowess in that match. A 4-2 win sees him share the lead with Andreas Harrison. Myself and Paul Nicholson will reflect on all today's action after this short break. Well, it is Paul Nicholson's job to try and sum up today, so go on, do some summing up.
Great day for Andreas, another good day for John Henderson, and what they've shown are two different ways to get to 16 points with a day to spare, and it's all about those two, isn't it? I think everybody else will have a hand in who goes through the group, but it's in someone's hands, isn't it? And the first game from tomorrow between Andreas and John is going to tell us a lot.
Certainly is. Well, let's just give you a recap of what's happened today in case you missed anything. In the start of the day, the front runners really came racing out of the blocks, particularly Henderson and Harrison. But they then met in the middle of the day, Harrison winning that one 4-2, and he just continued to lift his levels from that point.
Just a bit. And you talk about lifting your levels to really good heights. Some people will come here and maybe average 100, 102, possibly 105. We're talking about another level with this Swede at the minute. He's doing it on a regular basis, though. I just wonder if the mental aspects of John versus Andreas, does John believe that he's going to take Andreas out at this point in time? Because he's in the form of his life. John's playing exceptionally well. He's had 10 games. He's averaged under 90 twice, both in his last games on Monday and Tuesday. But he's been Mr. Consistency. It might just be the extra pizzazz from Andreas that gets him over the line. It's a very fascinating group.
Well, let's give the reigning champion top billing, because he certainly deserves it today. 5 wins, and a couple of them in really spectacular fashion.
Which two? There've been a few of them today. He's just got this incredible accuracy around the 60 now, and this burgeoning reputation of getting rid of games in good fashion like this. 100 checkout is not easy, and he's only thrown 9 darts to leave it, and this is to win the match. To deny John a chance of taking him out in 7 legs. He's doing this a lot. And as much as people will say that they enjoy coming to Portsmouth, I think he loves this place. I'd be surprised if he doesn't buy a house here the way he's playing at the minute.
And you see how he responds to everything his opponents are doing. Rhys Robinson there filing in a 180. Now, Andreas Harrison on 121, it's something he's familiar with, but perhaps he got a bit too familiar with this moment, Paul.
Just a little bit. Look at what he does when he hits the bull. Well, it feels like a Saturday night once again. Oh, sorry, I haven't actually won the match yet. But you know what's the most impressive thing? The way he was able to compose himself straight after it. It was as if he pressed the reset button and said, silly me, just move on. And some players would have lost that game.
How big is that match for him and John Henderson at the start of tomorrow?
It's big because somebody is going to have the impetus. They're going to have a 2-point cushion and the knowledge that the destiny of the group is in their hands. They don't need favours from somebody else. But if you do lose the match, I would say don't lose it 4-0 because someone like Andreas, who's just had a perfect day and he's shown the other players that it's possible in a group of this strength, the last thing you want is a leg difference deficit as well.
What have you made of John today? Obviously, Andreas steals the headlines. John maybe has ground out a couple of victories at times.
He has, with some excellent play. We were talking in the last match, his range between 98 and 92, that's really tight. But it's really winnable for every game he plays, isn't it? Apart from maybe Andreas at certain times when he's averaging 112. But he started the day exceptionally well with a 156 checkout, as you've just seen. And I just get the feeling that he's in a good place with his game. The timing is good. The feeling is good. I think the Challenge Tour and the Super Series have got a lot to do with his progression to World Senior Champion and beyond, because his engine looks as good as ever.
Do you think it's safe to say that we're going to see both of those players on Saturday, however they get there?
Yeah.
Which other players from this group, then, do you fancy to join them?
I do like the look of Tommy. I think even if he goes to Group C, I think he might have too much for the people in that group. He looks like he's playing the kind of darts that is going to get him a little bit further in a week, but it just so happens he's in one of the trickiest weeks it could possibly have. So I like the look of Tommy, and I still fancy Robinson to get through. I know there are people to come through in a new sense in Group C, but I see those two as possibly qualifying from it.
Yeah, what about Niall Culleton? He's not had the day that he would have hoped for today. It's going to be look away now when we show the league table. But he did look away at one point today, didn't he? What was this all about?
I think this is more to do with how Niall is feeling at this point in time. He's worked exceptionally hard, like he always does. But the fact remains is, when he's trying to make something happen, it's still too late. Someone's always getting a better spot than him, and that's why he's in the bottom of the table.
Yeah, apologies. We were going to try and show you that clip of the look away 180, but everything else was something to look away from as well, wasn't it, from Niall Culleton today? Just no points on the board. Difficult to come back, but this week and this group is a group of such top quality players that a reset really is a reset, isn't it?
It is, and you and I have been around in Portsmouth since the very inception of the Modus Super Series. We've seen so many different comebacks, and nothing signifies comeback better than maybe Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Think about a day that she had on a Tuesday just a few weeks ago. She didn't win a game. She won the Saturday. So if Niall's looking for a little bit of inspiration, then maybe that's it.
Right, let's just stick with Group A for a moment and show you the table at the end of 2 days' play. Now, it looks like a race between Harrison and Henderson, largely because they're going to play in the first match. One of them's going to be 6 points off Gilbert Vander Maiden. That's really tough to catch up on a Wednesday, isn't it? So we're looking at those two for winning the group, and then Gilbert and Tommy battling it out for that next Group B spot.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see a scenario where Andreas or John don't win the group. If it happens, brilliant. It'll make for a crazy, crazy day. And we could do with a bit of crazy on a Wednesday. But I just don't see it happening. I see Andreas being too strong, too good in the tank. I see Henderson too effective to even lose second spot at worst. So I think the other guys are going to be scrapping it out for Group B.
I'm not going to let you get away with either Harrison or Henderson wins the group. Which one do you think is going to win tomorrow?
John's one of my best mates. And, you know, Scotland are playing tomorrow, but unfortunately, I think the Swede might get it done. He just looks too good at the minute. And how can you say anything against someone who was averaged for 100 for the day? He was just that good.
Well, good point, and plenty of good points today. Thank you, Paul. We'll see you tomorrow. And don't be late in tuning in tomorrow, because that Henderson-Harrison top of the table clash is in that first round of fixtures. Join us from 9:30 a.m. here on the Modus Super Series channel to see how Group A concludes.